Hi. Aha, I got the audio right this time. I am growing stronger and fatter. Well, hopefully less fatter. I am low energy videos, the lord of poor lighting, because the ring light, it really runs out of juice fairly quickly. We're gonna play some Skyrim and get drunk. I've already gotten started. I've had this much wine. It's almost an entire bottle right now. For once, it was for medicinal purposes. My leg is in bits, agony even. Um, so I can't stay put here all night, throughout the night. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, but I'm gonna very quickly put on to-SKYRIM, and we shall get into it. At this point now, I don't need to explain to you what Skyrim is. I will say, however, we are at the start of an age that I promised many months prior, for I managed to get the hard drive from my old computer to work on this computer, and unless it's going to freeze any second now, something like that, we'll be good. Um, Mostly I want us just to have a good night, but there's a few things I have to say. My leg is getting worse, and my throat is starting to act up again. I believe, on top of my bad leg, I also picked up a little bit of a head cold from Lady, who is currently flying right now, and I wish wherever she is in the world the best. Actually, I know where she is right now. She's either in Dublin Airport or she's in Berlin Airport. Um, well, one of Berlin's airports. But she's got a health cold, so I hope you guys also wish her the best too. I haven't eaten it in all day, and there's not really anything I can eat on the fly, so we're gonna go in completely raw with vodka and wine. Ooh, don't I sound like a bohemian? We need to cut the weight down tonight, huh? I don't know how long I'll be able to stream for. I ran for half an hour on this treadmill, and I'm still feeling passable. Suppose as the wine fades off, it's gonna get worse. Um, I don't have, now this is important. I've downloaded tons of mods, including Inigo. You're gonna go and get that sweet kitty boy soon enough. My friend! But I have not downloaded the gallery. It is like crack, or perhaps a form of opioid to me, or perhaps even a form of alcoholic beverage. I can't be really guaranteed to not go to it. After we've established ourselves and have a chest full of many, many, many different things, I will proceed then and go to. There is one thing left I need to pick up. Um, become your a lord. Is that no? All right, we're too far in now. Assuming it won't mess up the save, I should have no problem for next time to have this sorted. Bop, bop. Can't see anything going on right here. Bop. That's good. Bop. Okay. Now, at least I know I'm still bloody herd. I'm a herd. So, a few things. Number one, my leg is absolute nightmare. Number two, we have more or less any mod to start off with, except for the Dragonborn Gallery. That'll come later after we've established ourselves, after we've done some random stuff. There's still some stuff from the Creation Club I've not actually done. Number three, um, at some point I will hop on the treadmill before 9 o'clock. Number four, I'm going to get up now and turn the light on. Number five, I'm going to get up now and take a pee. Do a little walkie walk. Um, Beyond that, standard stuff throughout the night. If you are enjoying yourselves, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to check the links down in the doobly doo for Discord and Twitter. And don't forget to, if you want to help out, we have a stream goal towards the trip in April to Dublin. Lady and I will mostly appreciate it. Mostly. So much for this ring light idea. It's been better to use as a tool and as the tripod for the selfie stick. Typical, huh? I put the light on in here. More things change, the more things stay the same. Speaking of, we should have a trucking stream in the next few weeks because we got the terabyte hard drive back. But we'll also have things like Prey and Control. Assuming I have the RAM for it. Probably not the best quality in terms of anything, but still, you know, you know how it is. You are smart people. You are passably smart people. You do your best. Can't guarantee success, but we try. So that said, let's let's get Skyrim a going again, shall we? I have to admit, I was jonesing for Skyrim for the longest time. The longest. How long was it? It was very, very, very long. Like your penis? LOL. Roful. LAMO even, which still survives, but Roful doesn't. It's a dying art form. Desktop audio on. There you can hear. I have a lot of different mods installed, but like I said, no gallery. The gallery is such a let's be honest here, it's such a me thing that I get distracted so quickly. It's scary. Let's actually do some quests, both fan made and game made. Game capture. Go. Background off. Skyrim, Skyrim. Almost, bro. Almost. Ah. Make sure the screen is perfectly lined up so there's no problems. Yes. Now I put the controller and the game based around videos. Video game. I made some sacrifices with this new computer. Probably not playing Skyrim was one of them. Probably. That makes sense. There's actually a lot of mods here that I've installed I never got around to. Ever. God, my throat is in bits. And I've done plenty of tests. There's no guarantee. It is Skyrim after all. Modded Skyrim. And this hard drive could be a fucking nightmare. I think for our first character, we keep it simple. Something a little bit of everything. I'm a little bit slower than Spike. Ooh. Not in game. Me, this person. I'll take it. I'll take it. Wood Elf. Radgard. Off. Nid. Tadjaja. Imperial. High Ulf. Dark Ulf. Brett. Owen A. Argon Ian. I don't like getting poisoned. Alright. How about we play as a female Argonian with the most pointless boobs in the world? So why the hell does she need boobs? She's a lizard. Lizards don't have boobs. Didn't we play an Argonian prior? We did. Whoa. Hell. Not quite sure what I was thinking actually of Breton. That's boring. Cute. Boring. Sums me up pretty well. One tanned Bretonia. That's one pale. You're ready. I do love the stab thing. Ooh, what about an ock? What about an ock? Be an ock? Kitty cat? Yeah. Inigo! He'll be good friends to Inigo. Let's make him good friends to Inigo. Yeah, let's make him good friends to Inigo. Inigo! Inigo Kitty Cat. Kitty cat. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. That's the noise the cat makes. Really? That's sick. All right. Well, at least we are getting. You guys can hear it. Yeah. Yeah. Hear it. All right. Well, B is a kitty cat person. Kitty cat. Head. Flexion. Meow. Yeah. Huh. All right. More variety here. Shirt. Shirty kitty. Yeah. Shirt color. This one. Scar. Asthma. War paint. Oh. 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 I don't even know what cat. I'm just gonna be a random mercenary wandering around. Could be in the Dragonborn. Make it pure. Yeah, let's make it pure white. Meow 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 meow. Alopecia kitty. Alopecia kitty. Meow meow. Yeah, kitty people. Face. Nose type. Bop. Bop 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 bop. Bop. I'm gonna go with yeah. Those type. Snoot. Give him a snoot. Snooty kitty. Orbit. Neck color. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, as many white. Yeah, let's make him. Let's make him sort of revigilito. Let's give him some revigilito over here. Yeah, yeah. No, he needs to have. He needs to have the halfway. Sort of. Okay, that's fine. I don't want to overload it. It needs to be a nice balance. Overall, it's still 50-50. Eyes. Eyes shake. Aw, big old eyes. Color. Kitty eyes. So many kitties. Dead kitty. Kitty. Kitty, kitty. Ooh. Ah, height. Too tough. Down. Here. Meow. Brow. Brow height. We got a kitty and we love him. What do we call him, chat? I'm gonna call him Oreo. Oreo. Love you, Oreo. Oreo. Wait, that one is little fangs? That one is little fangs. That changes everything. Chin. Give him a giant chin. Kitty. Smiling kitty. No. Make it his hair. Blue. Look at the plumage. Whoa. Yes. Oh my God. This is the oh wow. Yes, kitty. What I feel like I'm in 2009 on DeviantArt creating this character, and it's gonna be so many like other types of artwork on Fur Affinity. Facial hair, kitty cat, kitty cat. Oh yeah, hair color. Well, we know what color we make. Oh, he wants to be a Nord. Oh, I've already got an idea in my head of him trying to be overly Nord-like. Ooh, this is good. Like this. Yeah. What the hell should I call him though? Who wants? Not I, the great low energy stream. Can I not stream in piss? How about we call him Oreo? He's Oreo Snazzy Pazzy. Oh yeah, we got ourselves. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at that wiggle. Look at that wiggle. Oh, oh. He is in a 90s comic book in the, well, 90s. Not a very big one. Dark Horse.
Approach, my child, and choose where your new life shall begin.
Oh, ship? That was only useful one where it probably won the hole. Have a house right off the bat. New member of the guild. I think maybe I'll pick the hole.
Which property do you own?
Breeze home.
Even a modest existence is something to admire.
I have you full faith. I have a good base of operations to start off with. Kitty cat, why is that? 'Cause you a kitty cat. Meow, 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 meow. Ooh, meow, 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 meow. Kitty cat, meow, 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 meow. The kitty cat, meow, 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 meow. Oh, Iron Mace, Iron Bow. Wow, he's actually got something for him. Parrot, wood, fod, hook, immersive wenches. Read. Oh God, may these women have clothes on. Okay, so apparently, all right, this one is just if the oh yeah, the audio.
Welcome to your new home! This decorating guide provides a list of packages that you can purchase from the steward of the hold. Each package contains furnishings and decor for a specific part of your house, and these will be delivered and placed for you upon purchase. All you need to do is provide the gold, and the steward will take care of the rest. The next time that you visit your home after making your purchase, you will see your decorations and furnishings in place. Now we all know that the
Whoa,
best
is that
parties
really how
start
far
in the
back you went?
kitchen, so you should
What?
get this package, which includes a fire pit, a small table and 2 chairs, as well as a shelf to store those cooking supplies. Of course, once you're done eating, you're going to want to recline in the living room. This package provides wall-mounted shelves, a few side tables, and 2 chairs
I love
placed
this
near the
voice
fire
actor.
pit, all near the center of the ground floor. For more formal meetings, there's the dining room set. Adds a long wooden table and bench, as well as several shelves loaded with cutlery, dishes, and cookware that you can sell to Bellathor when you're short for cash. Of course, if you're one of the more industrious types here in Whiterun, we have an alchemy laboratory package that adds an alchemy crafting station, a reading table and chair, and a large wardrobe to the rear area of the ground floor. But wait, there's more. It also includes the addition of a wall to divide the laboratory from the dining room. Had enough of brewing potions, making yourself sick, and wasting alchemical ingredients? Why not adopt a child? The children's bedroom package replaces the alchemy laboratory, and you can choose to furnish the room in the rear of your home with a cozy child's bedroom. Includes 2 beds, chests, and wall hangings. Do note that this package will replace the alchemy laboratory if you have already purchased it, and vice versa. No refunds, folks. And then, of course, there is the loft. We all know that Lydia loves to hang out creepily in her home. Well, this package includes a few chairs and tables to fill out the upper level loft where she will sit quietly and ominously waiting for you to return home. And last, but not least, the bedroom. It adds 2 bedside tables, a dresser, and a small table with 2 chairs to the master bedroom. This also includes the addition of a wall to give the bedroom added privacy. All this and more can be yours by simply visiting Proventus Avenici at Dragon's Reach. We look forward to your purchases, friends, and happy decorating.
That was awesome. That's how you do an audiobook food. Because it took the basic stuff and then it kept on going into it. Okay, so Helgan Reborn. This is just explaining how the Helgan Reborn stuff. Enslaved wenches. Our boss gets tube, captured women, kind of body. Different wench, anyways, a lot of wenches are working, several in now. Okay. Now. Years of saving up and managed to secure indeed a new home. Nearly everything I had mine, so we have to put up with bickering and fighting for the family at home. Very relaxed, peace and quiet after a long day. Time will tell if I made the right choice, now I can enjoy the fruits of my labors. I normally don't start like this, so it's a nice change of pace. Sure that I have. I'm taking that. Or that. Or that. The Beggar Prince. I thought I gave you
Beggar Prince. The story of Weedle and his gifts from the Daedric Lord Namira. We look down upon the beggars of the Empire. These lost souls are the poor and wretched of the land, and every city has its beggars. Most are so poor that they have only the clothes on their backs. They eat the scraps the rest of us throw out. We toss them a coin so that we don't have to think too long about their plight. Imagine my surprise when I heard the tale of the Beggar Prince. I could not imagine what a prince of beggars would be, but here is the tale that I heard. It takes place in the First Age, when gods walk like men and Daedra stalk the wilderness with impunity. It is a time before they were all confined to oblivion. There was once a man named Weedle, or maybe it was a woman. The story goes to great lengths to avoid declaring Weedle's gender. Weedle was the 13th child of a king in Valenwood, As such, Weedle was in no position to take the throne or even inherit much property or wealth. Weedle had left the palace to find independent fortune and glory. After many days of endless forest roads and tiny villages, Weedle came upon 3 men surrounding a beggar. The beggar was swaddled in rags from head to toe, and no portion of the vagabond's body was visible. The men were intent on slaying the beggar. With a cry of rage and indignation, Weedle charged the men with sword drawn. Being simple townsfolk, armed only with pitchforks and scythes, they immediately fled from the armored figure with the shining sword. Many thanks for saving me, wheezed the beggar from beneath the heap of foul rags. Weedle could barely stand the stench. What is your name, wretch? Weedle asked. I am Namira. Unlike the townsfolk, Weedle was well learned. The name meant nothing to them, but to Weedle it was an opportunity. You are the Daedric Lord, Weedle exclaimed. Why did you allow those men to harass you? You could have slain them all with a whisper. I am pleased you recognize me, Namira rasped. I am frequently reviled by townsfolk. It pleases me to be recognized for my attribute, if not for my name. Weedle knew that Namira was the Daedric Lord of all things gross and repulsive. Diseases such as leprosy and gangrene were her domain, and where others might have seen danger, Weedle saw opportunity. Oh, great Namira, let me apprentice myself to you. I ask only that you grant me powers to make my fortune and forge a name for myself that will live through the ages. Nay, I make my way alone in the world. I have no need for an apprentice. Namira shambled off down the road. Weedle would not be put off. With a bound, Weedle was at Namira's heel, pressing the case for an apprenticeship. For 33 days and 33 nights, Weedle kept up the debate. Namira said nothing, but Weedle's voice was ceaseless. Finally, on the 33rd day, Weedle was too hoarse to talk. Namira looked back on the suddenly silent figure. Weedle knelt in the mud at her feet, open hands raised in supplication. It would seem that you have completed your apprenticeship to me after all, Namira declared. I shall grant your request. And Weedle was overjoyed. I grant you the power of disease. You may choose to be afflicted with any disease you choose, changing them at will, so long as it has visible symptoms. However, you must always bear at least one. I grant you the power of pity. You may evoke pity in anyone that sees you. Finally, I grant you the power of disregard. You may cause others to disregard your presence. Weedle was aghast. These were not boons from which a fortune could be made. They were curses, each awful in its own right, but together they were unthinkable. How am I to make my fortune and forge a name for myself with these terrible gifts? As you begged at my feet for 33 days and 33 nights, so shall you now beg for your fortune in the cities of men. Your name will become legendary among the beggars of Tamriel. The story of Weedle, the Prince of Beggars, shall be handed down throughout the generations. And it was as Namira predicted. Weedle was an irresistible beggar. None could see the wretch without desperately wanting to toss a coin at the huddled form. However, Weedle also discovered that the power of disregard gave great access to the secrets of the realms. People unknowingly said important things where Weedle could hear them, and Weedle grew to know the comings and goings of every citizen in the city. To this day, it is said that if you really want to know something, go ask the beggars. They have eyes and ears throughout the cities, and they know all the little secrets of the daily lives of their citizens.
Neat. Gotta go see if we can craft anything with little food we have before I leave. It's not fully upgraded yet. They didn't give you a fully stocked home. It is pretty stocked. There's a few things. I don't have the religion perk, the ad, where you have to worship. I don't have the there's actually a few things. Oops. Bowl. Let's get rid of the bowl. We are past the point where I have to bring everything back to the museum. Ball. 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 I remember human interaction with physical content. Great stuff. Got anything going on here? Food. Oh, salsa, dude. Food and miscellaneous. What is it? War paint oatmeal? Oh. Well, kitty cat's gotta leave the home before we do. Pick up 3 books, read them along the way, or else listen to them. Hope you like the biography of Baron Zena. Oh, the life of Europe. Septum, real Baron Zena, and real Baron 2, but no copy of real Baron Zena 3 anywhere. Always made me pissed off.
The Real Baronziah. Unauthorized Biography of the Famous Queen Mother of Morrowind, Volume 1. By Anonymous. Read for you by David Pickering. 500 years ago in Mournhold, city of gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child, a tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father before him, a common laborer in the mines of the Lord of Mournhold, for his ability in magicka was small. The work was honorable but paid poorly. His mother made and sold cumberry cakes at the city market to help eke out their living. They did well enough, she said. They had enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than 1 suit of clothing at a time, and the roof only leaked when it rained. But Symmachus would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mines, which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours, he enjoyed hoisting a mug of ale in the tavern with his friends, and gambling with them at cards. He also drew the eyes and sighs of more than one pretty elven lass, although none held his interest for long. He was a typical young dark elf of peasant descent, remarkable only for his size. It is rumored that he had a bit of Nordic blood in him. In Symmachus's 30th year, there was a great rejoicing in Mournhold. A girl child had been born to the lord and lady. A queen, the people sang. A queen is born to us.
Survival mode?
For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of an heiress is a sure sign of future peace and prosperity. When the time came for the royal child's rite of naming, the mines were closed and Symmachus dashed home to bathe and dress in his best. "I'll rush straight home and tell you all about it," he promised his mother, who would not be able to attend. She had been ailing, and besides, there would be a great crush of people, as all Mournhold turned out to be part of the blessed event. And, being blind, she would be unable to see anything anyway. "My son," she said, "afore you go, fetch me a priest or a healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane ere you return." Symmachus crossed to her pallet at once, and noted anxiously that her forehead was very hot, and her breathing shallow. He pried loose a slat of the wooden floor under which their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had and owe the rest. Symmachus snatched up his cloak and hurried away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove, but the temples were locked and barred. "Closed for the ceremony," read on the signs.
Looks like that's it.
Symmachus elbowed his way through the mob and managed to overtake a brown-robed priest. "After the rite, brother," the priest said. "If you have gold, I shall gladly attend to your mother. My lord has bidden all clerics attend, and I, for one, have no wish to offend him." "My mother's desperately ill," Symmachus pled. "Surely my lord will not miss one lowly priest." "True, but the arch-canon will," the priest said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Symmachus's desperate grip and vanishing into the crowd. Symmachus tried other priests and even a few mages, but no better result. Armored guards marched through the street and pushed him aside with their lances, and Symmachus realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the carriage bearing the city's rulers drew abreast, Symmachus rushed out from the crowd and shouted, my lord, my mother's dying!" "I forbid her to do so on this glorious night," the lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Symmachus was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched the babe to her breast and stared slit-eyed at Symmachus. Her nostrils flared in disdain. "Guards!" she cried. "Remove this oaf!" Rough hands seized Symmachus. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. Symmachus, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and witnessed the rite of naming from the top of a hill. He could see the brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered near the highborn folk far below. Baron Zaya. The name came dimly to Symmachus' ears, as the high priest lifted the swaddled babe and proffered her to the twin moons on either side of the horizon, Jone rising, Jode setting. Behold the Lady Baron Zaya, born to the land of Mournhold! Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ye kind gods, that she may ever rule well over Mournhold, its ken and its weal, its kith and its ilk. Bless her, all the people intone, along with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Only Symmachus stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone, and in silence he swore a mighty oath, that he should be his lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death, the child Baron Zaya he should have for his own bride, that his mother's grandchildren would be born to rule over Mournhold. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest to whom he'd first spoken. The man came gladly enough now in return for the gold Symmachus had, and a promise of more afterward. They found his mother dead. The priest sighed and tucked the pouch of gold coins away. I'm sorry, brother. It's all right. You can forget the rest of the gold. There's aught I can do here, likely. Give me back my money, Symmachus snarled. You've done naught to earn it. He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, about to utter a curse, but Symmachus struck him across the face before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly.
Damn.
Symmachus snatched up the gold and fled the city. As he ran, he muttered one word over and over like a sorcerer's chant. Baron Zaya, he said. Baron Zaya. Baron Zaya.
Zaya.
Baron Zaya stood on one of the balconies of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where the soldiers milled, dazzling in their armor.
Oh,
Presently,
no,
they
no,
formed into
no,
ordered
no,
ranks
no,
and cheered
no.
as her parents, the
No,
lord and
no,
lady,
no.
emerged from the palace,
No,
clad from
no,
head to
no.
toe in ebony armor.
We'll get back to that shit. Don't you fret. When I can. It's just, oh my god. Maybe when I'm running on the treadmill. Normally the books are done in like no time. Anyway, Mal Albright died. There you go. That's what Madeleine Albright died. First woman with U.S. Secretary of State. Okay. Shame. Good. I don't remember her politics. He left some people who are feeling very sad. Maybe some people who feel very good. I don't know. All I know is Skyrim is playable, but obviously there's still graphics cards to get. There's sort of lag to it.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
Okay.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith in Whiterun. Yorland Greymane's got that on.
Yorland
Man's steel is
Greymane.
legendary.
Huh?
Take a look.
Okay, weapons. Have any of the modded ones, or do I have to make them myself? Now, I don't have an idea of what my character will be. I don't think he needs the iron sword, so there. I think I will make but to what end? Why? Get a little bit of help first.
Yes, actually. How about you sniff me an iron dagger? Here's everything you need to make one. Go ahead.
Okay. Also, setting. Gameplay. Play. Dialogue. General.
I'll take my leave then.
Iron. Iron dagger. Brawler's iron gun. Sexy.
That's a decent weapon you've made there.
Ooh, that's a strong bit, lad.
Have you met? I help my father in. Not bad, but it's a little dull. How about you sharpen it up? Just need a bit of metal and the grindstone over there.
Whee! Grindstone. Grind.
You think? This looks good. You put time into your blades, they'll serve you well when you need them.
Neat.
You want to keep helping? How about you make some armor? Let's start by tanning some leather on the rack.
Leather. This is not Khajiit, is it? That'd be bad.
Ah, good. A lot of weapons and armor need leather for straps, fittings, that kind of thing. Let's see if you can make a hide helmet. Here's the rest of what you need.
Hide helmet. Okay. Hide. Oh. I've crafted a hide. Oh.
I should hire you to be my assistant at this rate. Let's improve the fit. Take this leather to the workbench over there.
Okay.
Have you met my father? I help my father. You have talent. Keep working at your craft and you'll be a fine smith one day. Why don't you keep that dagger and helmet? Maybe you will remember me when you're making Skyforged steel, huh?
Sure.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need it.
Or I'll sell it. Nice little touch. You can hear the rain on the ground. Hello.
What is it, Khajiit?
I don't know, human. You tell me.
Looking to do some hunting, eh? Avoid British Pass to the southwest.
Yeah, that must be. I have no problem with my legs right now, buddy. I'm a cat, by the way, so gotta stare at this wall for like
Need a
3
blade?
hours.
You should talk to Adrian at the forge.
Yeah, but oh, Moon and Star, nice. How the hell did I get this before being declared the Dragonborn? Okay, but I'm looking at this wall right now. It's very important because I'm a cat.
Trouble?
Oh, trouble. Oh, oh. Good. Meow meow. Meow meow. I'm a kitty cat. Look at me, my ass is fat. Kitty cat. Meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Pick that up. Bellathor. Perhaps his
Let me know if you see anything.
trade goods? Is it time to read the biography of the Wolf Queen of Solitude? Yeah.
Biography of the Wolf Queen by Qatar Erifanos. A history of the unambiguously evil Queen Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude. Few historic figures are viewed as unambiguously evil, but Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude, surely qualifies for that dishonor. Born to the imperial family in the 67th year of the Third Era, Potema was immediately presented to her grandfather, the Emperor Uriel Septim II, a famously kind-hearted man who viewed the solemn, intense baby and whispered, "She looks like a she-wolf, about ready to pounce." Potema's childhood in the imperial city was certainly difficult from the start. Her father, Prince Pelagius Septim, and her mother, Kizara, showed little affection for their brood. Her eldest brother Antiochus, 16 at Potema's birth, was already a drunkard and womanizer, infamous in the empire.
Base.
Her younger brothers Sephiros and Magnus were born much later,
Sephiroth.
so for years she was the only child in the imperial court. By the age of 14, Potema was a famous beauty with many suitors, but she was married to cement relations with King Mantiarco of the Nordic Kingdom of Solitude. She entered the court, it was said, as a pawn, but she quickly became a queen. The elderly King Mantiarco loved her and allowed her all the power she wished, which was total. When Uriel Septim II died the following year, her father was made emperor, and he faced a greatly depleted treasury thanks to his father's poor management. Pelagius II dismissed the Elder Council, forcing them to buy back their positions. In 3rd Era 97, after many miscarriages, the Queen of Solitude gave birth to a son, who she named Uriel after her grandfather. Mantiarco quickly made Uriel his heir, but the Queen had much larger ambitions for her child. 2 years later, Pelagius II died, many say poisoned by a vengeful former council member, and his son, Potema's brother Antiochus, took the throne. At age 48, it could be said that Antiochus's wild seeds had yet to be sown, and the history books are nearly pornographic in their depictions of life at the imperial court during the years of his reign. Potema, whose passion was for power not fornication, was scandalized every time she visited the imperial city. Mantiarco, King of Solitude, died the springtide after Pelagius II. Uriel ascended to the throne, ruling jointly with his mother. Doubtless, Uriel had the right and would have preferred to rule alone, but Potema convinced him that his position was only temporary. He would have the empire, not merely the kingdom. In Castle Solitude, she entertained dozens of diplomats from other kingdoms of Skyrim, sowing seeds of discontent. Her guest list over the years expanded to include kings and queens of High Rock and Morrowind as well. For 13 years, Antiochus ruled Tamriel, and proved an able leader despite his moral laxity. Several historians point to proof that Potema cast the spell that ended her brother's life, but evidence one way or the other is lost in the sands of time. In any event, both she and her son Uriel were visiting the imperial court in 3rd Era 112 when Antiochus died, and immediately challenged the rule of his daughter and heir, Kintyra. Potema's speech to the Elder Council is perhaps helpful to students of public speaking. She began with flattery and self-abasement. "My most august and wise friends, members of the Elder Council, I am but a provincial queen, and I can only assume to bring to issue what you yourselves must have already pondered." She continued on to praise the late emperor, who was a popular ruler in spite of his flaws. "He was a true Septim and a great warrior, destroying, with your counsel, the near-invincible armada of Piondonia." But little time was wasted before she came to her point. "The Empress Magna unfortunately did nothing to temper my brother's lustful spirits. In point of fact, no whore in the slums of the city spread out on more beds than she. Had she attended to her duties in the imperial bedchamber more faithfully, we would have a true heir to the empire, not the half-wit, milksop bastards who call themselves the Emperor's children. The girl called Kintyra is popularly believed to be the daughter of Magna and the captain of the guard. It may be that she is the daughter of Magna and the boy who cleans the cistern. We can never know for certain. Not as certainly as we can know the lineage of my son, Uriel, the last of the Septim dynasty." Despite Potema's eloquence, the Elder Council allowed Kintyra to assume the throne as Empress Kintyra II. Potema and Uriel angrily returned to Skyrim and began assembling the rebellion. The details of the War of the Red Diamond are included in other histories. We need not recount the Empress Kintyra II's capture and eventual execution in High Rock in the year 3rd Era 114, nor the ascension of Potema's son Uriel III 7 years later. Her surviving brothers, Sephiros and Magnus, fought the Emperor and his mother for years, tearing the empire apart in a civil war. When Uriel III fought his uncle Sephiros in Hammerfell at the Battle of Ikadig in 3rd Era 127, Potema was fighting her other brother, Uriel's uncle Magnus in Skyrim at the Battle of Falkenstar. She received word of her son's defeat and capture just as she was preparing to mount an attack on Magnus's weakest flank. The 61-year-old Wolf Queen flew into a rage and led the assault herself. It was a success, and Magnus and his army fled. In the midst of the victory celebration, Potema heard the news that her son, the Emperor, had been killed by an angry mob before he had even made it for trial in the imperial city. He had been burned to death within his carriage.
Eh,
When Sephiroth was proclaimed emperor,
basic.
Potema's fury was terrible to behold.
No
She
lollygagging.
summoned Daedra to fight for
No
her, had her
lollygagging
necromancers
anything.
resurrect her fallen enemies as undead warriors, and mounted attack after attack on the forces of the Emperor Sephiroth I. Her allies began leaving her as her madness grew, and her only companions were the zombies and skeletons she had amassed over the years.
I don't claim
The
to
Kingdom
be
of
the
Solitude became a land of
blades,
death.
helmets,
Stories of the
let
ancient
anything
Wolf
to
Queen
suit
being
your
waited
needs.
on by rotting skeletal chambermaids and holding war plans with vampiric generals terrified her subjects. Potema died after a month-long siege on her castle in the year 3rd Era 137 at the age of 90.
forget to check
While
inside
she
the
lived,
shop before
she
you
had been the Wolf Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor Pelagius II, wife of King Mantiarco, aunt of the Empress Kintyre III, mother of Emperor Uriel III, and sister of the Emperors Antiochus and Sephiroth. 3 years after her death, Antiochus died, and his and Potema's brother Magnus took the throne. Her death has hardly diminished her notoriety. Though there is little direct evidence of this, some theologians maintain that her spirit was so strong she became a Daedra after her death, inspiring mortals to mad ambition and treason. It is also said that her madness so infused Castle Solitude that it infected the next king to rule there. Ironically, that was her 18-year-old nephew Pelagius, the son of Magnus. Whatever the truth of the legend, it is undeniable that when Pelagius left Solitude in 3rd Era 145 to assume the title of the Emperor Pelagius III, he quickly became known as Pelagius the Mad. It is even widely rumored that he murdered his father Magnus. The Wolf
No.
Queen must surely have had
No
vengeance.
helmets.
Have you met my father?
How could we possibly do helmets when
He's the
This-
steward up at Dragon's Reach.
is our standard look? Come on. Come on, breathe.
Ulfred, patron of the great clan Battleborn.
Remember the last time I just talked to this
I'm
dude?
sure you know well. I'm as much a Nord as the next man, but I'm no fool. I don't live in the past like those Grey Mains. Just one more thing the Grey Mains want to blame on others. It's not my fault they turned their backs on the Empire, or the Mule of the Sun raised arms against it. And yet, they want to heap the fault on my family's good name? Ha! Uncivilized pelt-wearing axe-drivers. It's a wonder they don't still live in a cave like those ancestors they keep boasting about. It's true, Vignar Greymane and his lot are one of Whiterun's oldest and, depending on who you ask, most respected clans. I don't dispute that, but it's one thing to take pride in your lineage, and another to cling blindly to the past. What they call honor and tradition.
Fuck
I
honor
call
and
ignorance.
tradition. We want some short monetary gain. Brangy Alliance stand. Whoa.
Money, you laggard. What else? It always comes down to coin. The Greymanes have deep roots in Whiterun, but so do we. Difference is, we're rich. And Vignar hates it. Oh, and they hate it too. All their big talk of pride and honor. What have they got to show for it? Beggars' rags and stale bread. We've got the same pride, same honor, and we've got wealth. No wonder they envy us. Battleborn is a name out of legend, sung in the songs of old and heard.
You never
in
play
deeds of
ESO?
valor
No,
for
I have
100 generations. For Clan Battleborn,
respect.
they cry in the mead halls. First into the fray, and last to quit their ale. We've got honor, wealth, and titles too. Aye, and buxom women to warm your bed on a
He's
cold
literally
Skyrim
pimping his
night.
own family.
Now, if that don't answer your question, then no words will. You watch yourself out
Partake of
there.
your... I am whatever I say I is. What would I say?
10 seconds more. Boys, girls, dogs, elders. There's nobody I won't fight.
Thanks, random kid. I'm a cat, by the way, so... I think Scott had to do a live stream of him playing Skyrim. Where he's playing as a Khajiit. Obviously, let's. Oh my god! I didn't mean this! That's to say, well, tune in on Friday and you'll notice that I really accidentally I made a Khajiit version of one of our guests. Well, that's all I'll say on that. I'm not saying anything more. I wanted to have a first good impression. Speaking of, my leg is getting really bad. If it gets really, really bad, I won't be able to. They won't be able to sit. But I mean, we're pushing what? Maybe an hour now? Okay.
Tell me, do you believe in mighty Arche, god of life and death?
You know what? I do.
I'm glad to know that because I need your help. You see, I've lost something precious. My amulet of Arche. It's the source of my divine powers and also a sacred badge of office. I misplaced it in the catacombs. I'd looked for it, but I have been hearing noises down there. I fear the dead have become restless. Without that amulet, I'm powerless to confront them.
Don't ask why. It's very stupid, and I could just get the guards to do it, because undead is very well known in
nothing
the world.
foul escapes the catacombs.
Too late. I'm looking at one. Whoa, hey. Well, look. I've got no armor except for this shield, but it should be pretty straightforward. Kitty cat, time to kitty cat. Time to kitty cat. Yummy, yum, yum, baby. Kitty cat. Haha! Skeletons are no match for my power. Plus I get to steal their mace. Now no one will approach me late at night in a car park when I'm all alone. Cause I'll have to reach for my mace. See what I did there? Kitty cat. Gonna kitty cat baby me. Aha! More things! And I leveled up on my blog.
The Death Blow of Abernanet by Anonymous.
I don't like
with
the story.
notes by Geocrates Varus. The Death of Dagoth.
It's basically just
We'll
like,
explain
this is how I
Sage
protect
Geocrates
myself.
Varus.
Oh, let me see it.
Broken battlements and wrecked walls, where worship of the horror once embraced. The bites of 50 winters, frost and wind, have cracked and pitted the unholy gates, and brought down the cruel, obscene spire.
Come at me,
all
bro.
is dust. All is nothing more than dust.
Come on.
The blood has dried,
Hit me.
and screams have echoed out. Framed by hills in the wildest forlorn place of Morrowind sits the barren bones of Abernanet. When thrice blessed Rangadil first saw Abernanet, it burnished silver bright with power and permanence. A dreadful place, with dreadful men to guard it, with fever-glassed eyes, and strength through the horror. Rangadil saw the foe's numbers was far greater than the few ordinators and buoyant armigers he led.
You're like a
Watching from
Shonen
the hills
Rhyme.
above, the field and castle of death, while it stood, it damned the souls of the people of Morrowind, accursed, iniquitous Castle Abernanet. The alarm was sounded, calling the holy warriors to battle, to answer villainy shield with justice's spear, to steel themselves to fight at the front and be brave. Rangadil too grasped his shield, and Finn Ebben's spear. And the clamor of battle began with a resounding crash, to shake the clouds down from the sky. The shield wall was smashed and blood staunched, the ground of the field, a battle like no other of Morrowind, to destroy the evil of Abernanet. The maniacal horde were skilled at arms, for certes, but the three holy fists of Mother, Lord, and Wizard pushed the monster's army back in charge after charge. Rangadil saw from above, urging the army to defend, Dagoth Thras himself in his pernicious tower spire, and knew that only when the heart of evil was caught would the land e'er be truly saved. He pledged then by the temple and the holy tribunal of Morrowind to take the Tower of Abernathy. In a violent push, the tower base was pierced, but all efforts to fell the spire came to naught, as if all the strength of the horror held that one tower. The stairwell up was steep and so tight that two warriors could not ascend it side by side. So single file, the army clambered up and up to take the tower room and end the reign of one of the cruelest petty tyrants in the annals of Morrowind, Dagoth Thras of Abernathy. They awaited a victory cry from the first to scale the tower, but silence only returned, and then the blood. First only a rivulet, and then a scarlet course, poured down the deep stairwell with the cry from above. Dagoth Thras is besting our army one by one. Rangadil called back his army, every ordinator and buoyant armiger, and he himself ascended the stairs, passing the bloody remains of the best warriors of Morrowind to the tower room of Abernathy. Like a raven of death on its eyrie was Dagoth Thras, holding bloody shield and bloody blade at the tower room door. Every thrust of Rangadil's spear was blocked with ease. Every slash of Rangadil's blade was deflected away. Every blow of Rangadil's mace was met by the shield. Every quick arrow shot could find no purchase. For the monster's greatest power was in his dread blessing, that no weapon from no warrior found in all of Morrowind could pass the shield of Abernathy. As hour passed hour, Rangadil came to understand how his greatest warriors met their end with Dagoth Thras, where he could exhaust them by blocking their attacks, and then, thus weakened, they were simply cut down. The villain was patient and skilled with the shield, and Rangadil felt even his own mighty arms grow numb, while Dagoth Thras anticipated and blocked each cut. And Rangadil feared that without the blessing of the Divine Tree of Morrowind, he'd die.
Jesus Christ, this fly. We've tried to avoid it for hours now, but...
Foe, I am Rangadil, a prince of the true temple, and I've fought in many a battle, and many a warrior has tried to stop my blade and has failed. Very few can anticipate which blow I'm planning, and fewer, knowing that, know how to arrest the design, or have the strength to absorb all of my strikes. There is no greater master of shield blocking in all of Morrowind than here in the castle Abernathy. My foe, Dark Lord Dagoth Thras, before you slay me, I beg you, tell me how you know how to block. Wickedly proud, Dagoth Thras heard Rangadil's plea and decided that before he gutted the temple champion, he would deign to give him some knowledge for the afterlife. How his instinct and reflexes worked, and as he started to explain, he realized that he did not know how he did it, and watched, puzzled, as Rangadil delivered what the tales of Morrowind called the death blow of Abernathy. Geocrates of Varnus.
Wait a minute.
The horror refers to the Daedra Prince of Dagon. 50 Winters suggests that the epic was written 50 years after the siege of Abernathy, which took place in 3rd Era 150. Thrice blessed Rangadil was Rangadil Katil, born 2nd Era 803, died 3rd Era 195. He was the commander of the Temple Ordinators, and thrice blessed by being blessed by the Tribunal of Gods. Mother, Lord, and Wizard refers to the Tribunal of Almalexia, Vivec, and Sothasil. Dagoth Thras was a powerful Daedra worshipper of unknown origin who declared himself the heir of the 6th house, though there is little evidence he descended from the vanished family.
Yeah, pretty good stuff for our temple. Looks pretty good. But
Greymane or Battleborn?
like this.
Got stones in your ears? I asked what side you're on. Greymane or Battleborn? New in town, huh? Whiterun's got 2 clans, both old and both respected. Difference is, the Greymanes turned their backs on the Empire, and we Battleborn stayed loyal. So I'll ask again,
It would be...
or Battleborn?
Oh, as a Khajiit, I would definitely be Battleborn.
Then I say, well met, friend. I could tell you were a sharp one the
I mean,
moment I laid eyes
I'd
on
have to be by default. I know I am an Empire sim myself. My character would also have to be, because as a Khajiit, yeah, it wouldn't be great to be siding with the Stormcloak.
There's no reasoning with these people anymore. Long live the Empire.
Long live the Empire! Und ein Kaiser and ein Reich! Another thing that I play way too many strategy games. Oh my god! I forgot I can play both The Sims and I don't know what's going with the audio. Why is it
Let
still
me
like up
guess.
down there?
Someone stole your stuff.
Okay, in water. In water. Water. Saving. Saving.
What do you need?
Nothing. Leave it. Oh my god, what's up with the lag? No, no. Get that we still have more to go, but Jesus Christ, come on. There we
Can't wait to kill another of Ulfric's boys.
go. Alright. Getting dark. I want to go back down and make a trade with, what's her name? I gotta go now. By the way, can I put out this being like 0 people in chat, but the fact that all I got was those lights means that people have popped in, either to just generically show support. Like, guys, if you're there, give me some knowledge, give me some self-awareness. Just say hi once. That's it. Hope you're doing well though. If you are, like, share, subscribe, Discord, Twitter. Send me some money if you're feeling generous. Otherwise, you know,
Need something?
you're all good in the neighborhood. I just am wondering why for once it's being so goddamn quiet. I haven't even gotten like my regulars in. Or if I am, they're keeping to themselves. Also, I have because I'm not. No one else is here. I can't ask about the lag. What's the lag like? Is it bad? Good? I don't know.
You've been a good friend to me. That means something.
I talked to you once. Hello.
Need something? Until next time.
Come soul gems, pay soul gems. Letter Greenwood. Potion to rip. I am looking for a courier to deliver one of my potions to Sigrid of Ripper. Will receive upfront payment. Be as tonic as soon as possible. You're delivered to them within the next 2 days. Okay. That seems like a good first choice, right? I want it. I don't really what to do. Haven't
Take a good look around.
fight with
I'm
them.
sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, let me know. I might have it stored away.
Okay. I am just
You look rather pale. Of course. Come back anytime if you need a remedy. Pardon me, but do I detect a case of the rattles?
I was
Got
told that.
something for that. Need something?
I Enjoy all these totally copyrightable, okay, everything's alright in the universe songs. Hello. And Oregon. Oh, look at me go. Meow. Meow. Arr. Meow, meow, meow. But, meow, meow, meow. I will leave. Ah, look. Where do you have to go to? Ooh. Hello. What? Bringing people to be killed. I don't want to die. Well, you shouldn't have been a bad boy. Yeah? What time did you say it is? Alright, so within the hour, I'll hop off the treadmill. This is a matter of the graphics card not being able to keep up. It might make life even easier to set everything to low setting. In fact, once I get... There we go. Come on, wolves. Come on, Pooch. Time for dinner. Dinner, Pooch. Where? Where? Found now. Damn it. There we go. Bad dog. Ah! Bad dog. Yeah, we gotta get this optimized before we go any further. I gotta get myself a fishing pole. Do the greatest minigame of all time in any video game. Fishing. What? No, I yield, shield maiden? Maiden of the spear? Yay. I'll find where you are. First, I need to find out where the... Oh, there's Augusta. At least we know this shit's working. Okay, Augusta, very carefully, tell me, how is the lag? Is it good? Is it bad? If it's on my end, I can liver this shit. I can. No. Sigrud at the mill. That's Sigrud's mill, right? Or is that the White Valve? Bad good, lad bad. So I have to get up pretty soon and do the treadmill. So it's a good time to end the game and then start it up again with lower settings. Still choppy? Great! So that means the entire stream it's been like the way I've seen it, which is not terrible compared to what else we've had.
Out of my way, stranger.
We got warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds.
Ain't every day we get visitors in Riverwood.
Hard not to.
Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorik's
Did you hear me?
Yep, ale's going bad.
I guess you don't have potatoes in your ears after all. Just make sure we get a fresh batch in soon.
But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield maiden Matilda, who said,
Yes?
Oh,
Okay, what date is that on this in the set? Wait, hold on.
talking.
Wait, hold on. Does it honestly say you have to deliver this
Drink
by
our
the
mead. Now I
15th
think it's high time that you
of last sea? But it's the 17th of last sea. Fuck.
lie down and bleed.
The screwed is. I like the interior. A nice up there. Not terrible, but just enough. Yeah, we can solve this.
Then came
Look, first I'm gonna save. Second of all, quit. Third of all, I'm gonna boot up again. And this time, pardon me a moment. Say, oh, hi Gus. Um, Elden Ring support for Vortex. That's what the first ad is up on Nexus. I know Vortex. I know the world. You want me to play Elden Ring? I want to play Elden Ring. I don't have the computer for it. I now have the memory. I clearly don't have the drive for it. The graphics engine, graphics card. Words. It's all words. Um. So let me turn it back on. This time with the lowest settings they have. The lowest. Oh damn. We're talking about some low settings. Oh yeah. We're gonna get low energy settings. Think it's high time you lie down and bleed. Low. Set to lol quality. Because we're doing this for the lols at this point now. I can play a lot of these games now, but the graphics are going to be not great. Not great. But I'll take not great graphics over not being able to play it at all. Plus mod. Bomb. Bomb bomb. Bethesda. That sounds like a place in America. Wonder if it has some sort of baseball. Do you want to live forever? No. Maybe. I don't know.
braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more.
You're that visitor been poking around.
Rolled around on the floor.
Alright. Oh, smidge. I suppose I'll take a smidge. Okay, so I've been streaming now since I believe it was an hour and a half. Okay, I need to hop on the treadmill, which a little annoyed at the game not giving me the ability. Yeah, music. Because this is running. Well, it's not even running. It's oh wow, yeah. This is on par with the crappy games Girly plays on Shit Games Saturday. That's how advanced the shit games have gotten. They've reached the Unity engine copying Skyrim. Think about that. Like back in my day, shitty games were like 2 or 3 pixels, where good games were like 12 pixels. Whenever you see the smoke or fog rise, the Grood is can't go in without robbing the place. Fendal's Tale. That's a different type of game that YouTube wouldn't be happy for me watching. They have a sequel to it now. Where's the Groot? The Alvor Groot? Yes! Alvor, I'm gonna go in and talk to your wife. Don't worry. I am a beautiful kitty cat. Women like. Yeah.
Can I help you?
Hey, talk to your sleeping wife.
Huh? Thank you. Here, this is for you.
Bye. There. Now I invaded their privacy. Like, seriously. Couldn't I just knocked at the door and he'd have been like, huh? Oh, you've got me. Well, you're out pretty late. No wonder you guys find us anywhere.
Well, one of us has to do something.
I said no. No adventures, no theatrics, no thief chasing.
Speak for yourself.
Well, what are you going
Yeah.
to do then, huh? Let's hear it.
We are done talking. I don't know what. Yeah, we did have a bit of a break-in, but we still have plenty to sell. Robbers were only after one thing. An ornament, solid gold in the shape of a dragon's claw. You could? I've got some coin coming in from my last shipment. It's yours if you bring my claw back. Now, if you're going to get those thieves, you should head to Bleak Falls Barrow, northwest of town.
Falls.
So this is your plan, Lucan?
Yep.
Yes. So now you don't have to go,
Meow,
do
meow,
you?
meow, meow, meow,
Oh,
meow, meow,
really?
meow,
Well, I think
meow,
your new
meow,
helper
meow,
here
meow,
needs a
meow.
guide.
No, buy the 8, fine. But only to the edge of town.
Interesting, you're cooked by your own sister, buddy.
Get your...
Oops. Well, I'm not much of a good thief. I made a boo-boo there. Didn't mean to. Kinda happened through the power of boo-boo.
I said no. No adventures, no theatrics, no thief chasing.
Well, what are you going to do then, huh?
I'm
Let's hear
not
it.
saying I'm not saying I'm
We are
not a
done
thief.
talking about this.
Nothing, nothing. Coin. Leather. Thank you. Didn't mean steal your leather and coin, but I just stole your
I
leather
don't
and
know
coin.
what you overheard, but the Riverwood Trader is still open. Feel free to shop. The Riverwood Trader is everything you need in a junk. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Yeah, I don't have the, for once, I don't have the gallery installed, so I don't feel like the need to clutter up my inventory by thousands of things, you know? I'll keep the ancient mace, it's the best weapon I have. I want more things to make. Fishy! Beach food. Yeah. Alright.
I better get back to cleaning the store. What a mess. My sister, yeah, an ornament. So, you could? I've got some coin coming in from my last shipment. It's yours if you bring
That
my
fly
claw back.
drives crazy.
Now, if you're going to get those thieves, you should head to Bleak Falls Barrow, northwest of town.
So this is...
That's his plan, indeed. Whoa. I forgot about that, lady. Hey. Booty. And yet completely clothed. Everything's good in the neighborhood. Fine. But
We have to go through town and across the bridge to get to Bleak Falls Barrow. You can
okay.
see from here, though. The
That's
mountains
why
are
you're
stone
pointing in the
buildings.
wrong direction. That's Bleak Falls Barrow. Oh one.
Those thieves must be mad hiding out there. Those old crypts are filled with nothing but traps, trolls, and who knows what else.
Hey, they're called Cat Boys, and Nick Fuentes loves them. The other people too. I don't think.
I wonder why they only stole Lucan's golden claw. I mean, we have plenty of things in the shop that are worth just as much coin.
Yeah.
Lucan found the claw about a year after he opened the store. He never quite explained where he got it. He's a tricky one.
What makes them tricky? They ever expand? Fishing supplies, but I don't have a fishing rod. Except it's right here. We'll fish after I do a run. Otherwise, I will never, ever get up and do a run. Go! Move! Trigger! Trigger! Your trigger! I am Catman. Say line! Leave be! Yeah, you said thing! It goes up there!
I get...
Even she's like, okay, I get the point. Yeah! Yeah. No, they haven't made an audio version of this yet. My name is Alan Seabird. My fame, or lack thereof, is irrelevant. I'm not a writer. As happens, my wife gave me this quill when I retired. She called it a gift. To me, it's a burden. As many teachers, same way, Salvangard. It is describing you very quickly how to. work out. You must first have a fishing rod. You know what I must first have? Quick trip back to my home to drop off all the useless parts of my equipment and try to make some alchemy lab. You know why? It's the heart of it. It's the heart of the cards that matters most. Well, I'll tell you what there, you yummy. I don't know what the heart of the cards is. You got a heart of Texas. That's the anime crossover. Fuck this Overlord and 4 other animes. Maybe Dragon Slayer. No, Demon Slayer. What? Sure. Yeah, it was Demon Slayer. It was fuck stuff. Give me love and attention by telling me how your day went. Hopefully positive. No! What's it? Drop them off. No. I swear by the mighty reptile. There. Starting to slowly become like a bookshelf. Full of something that kind of matters. Books. Okay. Okay, we established. All's good in the neighborhood. Now, next. Boy, ain't right. I always love when Barney tried to pretend to be Homer because Barney got kicked out of Moe's. He gave that line because he didn't know Homer as well as he did. Woo! Joe! That boy ain't right. There, Life of Euro 7. You're gonna listen to Life of Euro. No, why I'm running. You will listen to the first part of the real life of Baron Zaya. You will fucking like it.
The Real Baron Zaya. Unauthorized biography of the famous Queen Mother of Morrowind. Volume 1. By Anonymous. Read for you by David Pickering.
Jesus!
500 years ago in Mournhold, city of gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child. A tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father before him. A common laborer in the mines of the Lord of Mournhold, for his ability in magicka was small. The work was honorable but paid poorly. His mother made and sold cumberry cakes at the city market to help eke out their living. They did well enough, she said. They had enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time, and the roof only leaked when it rained. But Symmachus would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mines, which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours, he enjoyed hoisting a mug of ale in the tavern with his friends and gambling with them at cards. He also drew the eyes and sighs of more than one pretty elven lass, although none held his interest for long. He was a typical young dark elf of peasant descent, remarkable only for his size. It is rumored that he had a bit of Nordic blood in him. In Symmachus' 30th year, there was a great rejoicing in Mournhold. A girl child had been born to the lord and lady. A queen, the people sang. A queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of an heiress is a sure sign of future peace and prosperity. When the time came for the royal child's rite of naming, the mines were closed and Symmachus dashed home to bathe and dress in his best. "I'll rush straight home and tell you all about it," he promised his mother, who would not be able to attend. She had been ailing, and besides, there would be a great crush of people, as all Mournhold turned out to be part of the blessed event, and being blind, she would be unable to see anything anyway. my son, she said, afore you go, fetch me a priest or a healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane ere you return. Symmachus crossed to her pallet at once, and noted anxiously that her forehead was very hot and her breathing shallow. He pried loose a slat of the wooden floor under which their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had and owe the rest. Symmachus snatched up his cloak and hurried away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove, but the temples were locked and barred. Closed for the ceremony, read on the signs. Symmachus elbowed his way through the mob and managed to overtake a brown-robed priest. After the rite, brother, the priest said. If you have gold, I shall gladly attend to your mother. My lord has bidden all clerics attend, and I, for one, have no wish to offend him. My mother's desperately ill, Symmachus pled. Surely my lord will not miss one lowly priest. True, but the archcanon will, the priest said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Symmachus's desperate grip and vanishing into the crowd. Symmachus tried other priests and even a few mages, but no better result. Armored guards marched through the street and pushed him aside with their lances, and Symmachus realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the carriage bearing the city's rulers drew abreast, Symmachus rushed out from the crowd and shouted, my lord, my mother's dying! I forbid her to do so on this glorious night, the lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Symmachus was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched the babe to her breast and stared slit-eyed at Symmachus, her nostrils flared in disdain. Guards, she cried, remove this oaf! Rough hands seized Symmachus. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. Symmachus, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and witnessed the rite of naming from the top of a hill. He could see the brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered near the highborn folk far below. Baranziah. The name came dimly to Symmachus's ears as the high priest lifted the swaddled babe and proffered her to the twin moons on either side of the horizon, Jone rising, Jode setting. Behold the Lady Baranziah, born to the land of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ye kind gods, that she may ever rule well over Mournhold, its ken and its weal, its kith and its ilk. Bless her, all the people intoned, along with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Only Symmachus stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone, and in silence he swore a mighty oath, that he should be his lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death, the child Baranziah he should have for his own bride, that his mother's grandchildren would be born to rule over Mournhold. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest to whom he'd first spoken. The man came gladly enough now in return for the gold Symmachus had, and a promise of more afterward. They found his mother dead. The priest sighed and tucked the pouch of gold coins away. I'm sorry, brother. It's all right. You can forget the rest of the gold. There's aught I can do here, likely. Give me back my money, Symmachus snarled. You've done naught to earn it. He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, about to utter a curse, but Symmachus struck him across the face before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. Symmachus snatched up the gold and fled the city. As he ran, he muttered one word over and over like a sorcerer's chant. Baranziah, he said. Baranziah! Baranziah! Baranziah stood on one of the balconies of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where the soldiers milled, dazzling in their armor. Presently they formed into ordered ranks and cheered as her parents, the lord and lady, emerged from the palace, clad from head to toe in ebony armor, long purple-dyed fur cloaks flowing behind. Splendidly caparisoned, shining horses were brought for them, and they mounted and rode to the courtyard gates, and turned to salute her. Baranziah, they cried. Baranziah, our beloved, farewell! The little girl blinked back tears, and waved one hand bravely. Her favorite stuffed animal, a gray wolf cub she called Woofin, clutched to her breast with the other. She had never been parted from her parents before, and had no idea what it meant, save that there was war in the West, and the name Tiber Septim was on everyone's lips, spoken in hate and dread. Baranziah! The soldiers cried, lifting their lances and swords and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, knights trailing in their wake, until the courtyard was nearly empty. Sometime after came a day when Baranziah was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly and borne from the palace. All she could remember of that dreadful time was seeing a huge shadow with burning eyes filling the sky. She was passed from hand to hand. Foreign soldiers appeared and disappeared and sometimes reappeared. Her nurse vanished and was replaced by strangers, some more strange than others. There were days, or it may have been weeks of travel. One morning she awoke to step out of the coach into a cold place with a large grey stone castle amid empty, endless grey-green hills covered patchily with grey-white snow. She clutched Woofin to her breast in both hands and stood blinking and shivering in the grey dawn, feeling very small and very dark in this endless space, this endless grey-white space. She and Hannah, a brown-skinned, black-haired maid who had been traveling with her for several days, went inside the keep. A large grey-white woman with icy grey-golden hair was standing by a hearth in one of the rooms. She stared at Baranzaya with dreadful, bright blue eyes. "She's very black, isn't she?" the woman remarked to Hannah. "I've never seen a dark elf before. I don't know much about them myself, milady," Hannah said. "But this one's got red hair and a temper to match, I can tell you that. Take care, she bites, and worse." "I'll soon train her out of that," the other woman sniffed. "What's that filthy thing she's got? Ugh!" The woman snatched Woofin away and threw him into the blazing hearth. Baranzaya shrieked and would have flung herself after him, but was held back despite her attempts to bite and claw at her captors. Poor Woofin was reduced to a tiny heap of charred ash. Baranzaya grew like a weed transplanted to a SKYRIM garden, a ward of Count Sven and his wife, the Lady Inga. Outwardly, that is, she thrived, but always there was a cold and empty place within. "I've raised her as my own daughter," Lady Inga was wont to say as she sat gossiping when neighboring ladies came to visit. "But she's a dark elf. What can you expect?" Baranzaya was not meant to overhear these words. At least, she thought she was not. Her hearing was keener than that of her Nordic hosts. Other, less desirable dark elven traits evidently included pilfering, lying, and a little misplaced magic. Just a small fire spell here and a little levitation spell there. And, as she grew older, a keen interest in boys and men, who could provide very pleasant sensations, and, to her astonishment, gifts as well. Inga disapproved of this last for reasons incomprehensible to Baranzaya, so she was careful to keep it as secret as possible. "She's wonderful with the children," Inga added, referring to her 5 sons, all younger than Baranzaya. "I don't think she'd ever let them come to harm." A tutor had been hired when Johnny was 6 and Baranzaya 8, and they took their lessons together. She would have liked to train in arms as well, but the very idea scandalized Count Sven and Lady Inga. So Baranzaya was given a small bow and allowed to play at target shooting with the boys. She watched them at arms practice when she could, sparred with them when no grown-up folk were about, and knew she was good or better than they. "She's very proud, though, isn't she?" one of the ladies would whisper to Inga, and Baranzaya, pretending not to hear, would nod silently in agreement. She could not help but feel superior to the Count and his lady. There was something about them that provoked contempt. Afterward, she came to learn that Sven and Inga were distant cousins of Darkmoor Keep's last titled residents, and she finally understood. They were poseurs, impostors, not rulers at all. At least, they were not raised to rule. This thought made her strangely furious at them. A good, clean hatred, quite detached from resentment. She came to see them as disgusting and repelling insects who could be despised, but never feared. Once a month a courier came from the Emperor, bringing a small bag of gold for Sven and Inga, and a large bag of dried mushrooms from Morrowind for Baranzaya, her favorite treat. On these occasions she was always made to look presentable, or at least as presentable as a skinny dark elf could be made to look in Inga's eyes, before being summoned into the courier's presence for a brief interview. The same courier seldom came twice, but all of them looked her over in much the same way as a farmer would look over a hog he's readying for market. In the spring of her 16th year, Baranzaya thought the courier looked as if she were at last ready for market. Upon reflection, she decided she did not wish to be marketed. The stable boy, Straw, a big, muscular blonde lad, clumsy, gentle, affectionate, and rather simple, had been urging her to run off for some weeks now. Baranzaya stole the bag of gold the courier had left, took the mushrooms from the storeroom, disguised herself as a boy in one of Joni's old tunics and a cast-off pair of breeches, and on one fine spring night, she and Straw took the 2 best horses from the stable and rode hard through the night toward Whiterun, the nearest city of any importance, and the place where Straw wanted to be. But Mournhold and Morrowind also lay eastward, and they drew Baranzaya as a lodestone draws iron. In the morning they abandoned the horses at Baranzaya's insistence. She knew they would be missed and tracked down, and she hoped to throw off any pursuers. They continued on foot until late afternoon, keeping to side roads, and slept for several hours in an abandoned hut. They went on at dusk and came to Whiterun city gate just before dawn. Baron Zaya had prepared a pass of sorts for Straw, a makeshift document stating an errand to a temple in the city for a local village lord. She herself glided over the wall with the help of a levitation spell. She had reasoned correctly, as it turned out, that by now the gate guards would have been alerted to keep an eye out for a young dark elven girl and a Nordic boy traveling together. On the other hand, unaccompanied country yokels like Straw were a common enough sight. Alone and with papers, it was unlikely he would draw attention. Her simple plan went smoothly. She met Straw at the temple, which was not far from the gate. She had been to Whiterun on a few previous occasions. Straw, however, had never been more than a few miles from Sven's estate, which was his birthplace. Together, they made their way to a run-down inn in the poorer quarters of Whiterun. Gloved, cloaked, and hooded against the morning chill, Baron Zaya's dark skin and red eyes were not apparent, and no one paid any heed to them. They entered the inn separately. Straw paid the innkeeper for a single cubicle, an immense meal, and 2 jugs of ale. Baron Zaya sneaked in a few minutes later. They ate and drank together gleefully, rejoicing in their escape, made love vigorously on the narrow cot, and afterwards fell asleep into an exhausted, dreamless sleep. They stayed for a week at Whiterun. Straw earned a bit of money running errands, and Baron Zaya burgled a few houses at night. She continued to dress as a boy. She cut her hair short and dyed her flame-red tresses jet black to further the disguise, and kept out of sight as much as possible. There were few dark elves in Whiterun. One day, Straw got them work as temporary guards for a merchant caravan traveling east. The one-armed sergeant looked her over dubiously. "Ha!" he chuckled. "Dark elf, ain't you? Like setting a wolf to guard the sheep, that is. Still, I need arms, and we ain't going near enough Morrowind so's ye can betray us to your folk. While our homegrown bandits would as fain cut your throat as mine." The sergeant turned to give Straw an appraising look. Then he spun back abruptly towards Baron Zaya, whipping out his short sword. But she had her dagger out in the twinkling of an eye, and was in a defensive stance. Straw drew his own knife and circled around to the man's rear. The sergeant dropped his blade and chuckled again. "Ha! Not bad, kids, not bad. How are ye with yon bow, dark elf?" Baron Zaya demonstrated her prowess briefly. "Aye, not bad, tall. And you'll be keen of eye by the night, boy, and of hearing tall talk.
Still going
Trusty
on.
dark elf makes as good a fighting man as any I could ask for, I know.
Oh my god, this is a
himself
fanfiction.
before I lost his arm and got invalided out of the Emperor's army. We could betray them. I know folk who'd pay well," Straw said later as they bedded down for their last night in the ramshackle lodge. "Or rob them ourselves. They're very rich, those merchants are, Baron."
Don't worry about that.
Baron Zaya laughed.
You're good.
Whatever would we do with so much money? And besides, we need their protection for traveling quite as much as they need ours. We could buy a little farm, you and me, Barry. Settle down, all nice-like. Peasant, Baron Zaya thought scornfully. Straw was a peasant and harbored nothing but peasant dreams. But all she said was, "Not here, Straw. We're too close to Darkmoor still. We'll have other chances further east." The caravan went only as far east as Sungard.
This might be
the
a bad
Emperor Tiber
interpretation
Septim
of Baron
I had done much
be a
in the way of
meter,
building relatively
and
safe
he is
and
a piece of
regularly
shit,
controlled
so
highways. But the tolls were steep, and this particular caravan
what can
kept
you do?
to the side roads as much as possible to avoid them.
Oh, God.
This exposed them to the hazards of wayside robbers, both human and orcish, and roving bands of brigands of various races.
There.
But such were the perils of trade and profit. They had 2 such encounters before reaching Sungard. An ambush, which Baron Zaya's keen
I
ears
can do
warned
another
them
one of them
plenty
before
time
9
to
o'clock.
circle about
After
and
that,
surprise
I'm on
them.
my own.
A night attack by a mixed band of Khajiit, humans, and wood elves. The latter were a skilled band, and even Baron Zaya did not hear them sneaking up in time to give much warning. This time the fighting was fierce. The attackers were driven off, but 2 of the caravan's other guards were slain, and Straw got a nasty cut on his thigh before he and Baron Zaya managed to gash his Khajiit assailants.
Gash.
Baron Zaya rather enjoyed the life. The garrulous sergeant had taken a liking to her, and she spent most of her evenings sitting around the campfire listening to his tales of campaigning in Morrowind with Tiber Septim and General Symmachus. This Symmachus had been made general after Mornholm fell, the sergeant said. "He's a fine soldier boy, Symmachus is, but there is more soldiery involved in that Morrowind business if you take more meaning. But well, you know all about that, I expect." No, I don't remember," Baron Zaya said, trying to sound nonchalant. "I've lived most of my life in Skyrim. My mother married a Skyrim man. They're both dead, though.
New York
Tell me, what
has a
happened
lot
to
of
the Lord and Lady of
great-
Warhold?"
had
The sergeant
a
shrugged.
lot of great
"I never
opportunities.
heard. Dead, I expect. 'Twas a
I
lot of
never
fighting
found
before
work
the
in New
armistice
York.
got signed.
I always
It's
found
pretty quiet
new
now.
work around
Too
New York.
quiet. Like a calm before a storm. Say, boy, you going back here?
But if you have
Maybe,
connections
Baron
in
Zaya
Arizona,
The truth
And
was
you're
that she
short
was
and
drawn
fat? Get out of
irresistibly to
there.
Morrowind
Go back
and
to
Morrowind,
Arizona. The
like a
weather is
moth
nicer.
to a burning house. Straw sensed it
hot.
and was unhappy about
Same
it. He was unhappy
understatement of the
anyway, since
century.
they could not bed together,
A little
as
hot.
she was supposed to be a boy. Baron Zaya rather missed it too, but not as much as Straw did.
Get a good time.
The sergeant wanted them to
Before you
sign on
burn
for the
alive.
return trip, but gave them a bonus nonetheless when they turned the offer down, and parchments of recommendation. Straw wanted to settle down permanently near Sungard, but Baron Zaya insisted on continuing their travels east. I'm the Queen of Mournhold by right, she said, unsure of whether it was true, or it was just a daydream she had made up as a lost, bewildered child. I want to go home. I need to go home. That, at least, was true. After a few weeks, they managed to get places in another caravan heading east. By early winter, they were at Riften, nearing the Morrowind border. But the weather had grown severe as the days passed, and they were told no merchant caravans would be setting forth till mid-spring. Baron Zaya stood on top of the city walls and stared across the deep gorge that separated Riften from the snow-cloud mountain wall guarding
It's all
Morrowind
one
beyond.
book.
Barry, Straw said gently, Mournhold's a long way off yet, nearly as far as we've come already, and the lands between are wild, full of wolves and bandits and orcs and still worse creatures. We'll have to wait for spring. There's Silgrod Tower, Barry said, referring to the dark elven township that had grown up around an ancient minaret guarding the border between Skyrim and Morrowind. The bridge guards won't let me across, Barry. They're crack Imperial troops. They can't be bribed. If you go alone. I won't try and stop you. But what will you do? Silgrod Tower is full of Imperial soldiers. Will you become a washing woman for them, or a camp follower? No, Baron Zaya said, slowly, thoughtfully. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. She was sure she could earn a modest living sleeping with the soldiers. She'd had a few adventures of that sort as
Yeah.
in Skyrim, when she dressed as a
This
woman
is
and
like
slipped away from
the
Straw.
sexual
She'd only been looking for a
exploits
bit
of
of
Donald
variety.
Trump, right?
Straw was sweet but dull. She'd been startled, but extremely pleased when the men she picked up offered her money afterward. Straw had been unhappy about it and would shout for a while and then sulk for days afterward if he caught her at it. He was quite jealous.
Aw,
even
he
threatened to
doesn't
leave her.
know how
Not
an
that he
open
ever did.
relationship is.
But the Imperial Guards were a tough and brutal lot by all accounts, and Baron Zaya had heard some very ugly stories during their treks. The ugliest of them by far had come from lips of ex-army veterans around the caravan campfire, and were proudly recounted. They'd been trying to shock her and Straw, she realized, but she also comprehended that there was some truth behind the wild tales. Straw hated that kind of dirty talk, and hated it more that she'd had to hear it. But there was a part of him that was fascinated nevertheless. Baron Zaya sensed this and had encouraged Straw to seek out other women, but he said he didn't want anyone else but her. She told him candidly she didn't feel that way about him, but she did like him better than anyone else. Then why do you go with other men? Straw had asked on one occasion. I don't know. Straw sighed. They say dark elven women are like that. Baron Zaya smiled and shrugged. I don't know, or... No, maybe I do. Yes, I do know. She turned and kissed him affectionately. I guess that's all the explanation there is.
Yeah, it makes more sense. You know why they fuck other men and women as easy as they do? It's because they don't give as much of a fuck because they don't live as long. And unlike the high elves, they are not so obsessed with their bloodline. High elves don't fuck around because they're so obsessed with their bloodline that they will kill any child that shows a defect. Proudly, too, they don't deny it. No. Right, last dram of the wine. For the record, I've been drinking so far a bottle of Alvelto Malbec 2021. Woo! The hay fever's come. I honestly believe that I've even got myself a cold from Lady, who also is currently dealing with a cold, as she's most likely in Berlin right now. But she is also dealing with a cold. Same night I almost died of hypothermia. Paddy's Day was fun. There's a reason why the last few minutes have no proper ending. I'll make an ending for you guys. Probably a lot of me in front of this camera being like, so this is what happened. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go now and pick up the vodka. The main point of and Monday. Girlie might have weed and ginger beer. But yeah, diet wise, is drink. Oh my god! Oh, never forget, folks. You're stressed. Forget stress. Oh, oh, some stuff like diet. Oh, oh. Right. Now we can get back to actually playing a video instead of listening to an audiobook and watch it run. Ooh, especially because the second half is it's too lewd for you two. It involves Khajiit barbed penis. Actually, that's the one most remember from it. It's like the one thing people remember. By the way, you can get his endorsement for House Halu if you give him a kiss. That's it. He wants a kiss. While he writes fanfic. It's high as fuck. But you have to admit, it's a good life. It reminds me of a lot of people I follow on Twitter. Only the life they want to live. Okay. Let's play us some Scrim, shall we? I believe first and foremost we have God Damn. Music courtesy of Final Fantasy, I do believe. Sounds like fun. Or if not a Final Fantasy game, then no. Give me the actual book. Ah, I'm learning. I do like that little plonk. Taffy, promotion's being pushed forward because we only have 2 members of the kitchen management. Yeah, Sarah wasn't engaging too much there, Taffy. Paddy's Day and Lady, and also Krendar seemed to be the better choice out of the two, honestly. He's experienced the exact same shit you have. Me, I've worked behind kitchens, as in you're not allowed to go in the front way, go in the back way jobs, you know? But yeah, I know what you mean. And so does that mean you now have your promotion? Hopefully it comes with more free time, or at least more sick days, or slash, is it in the real world, and just supporting more benefits like a bigger paycheck. They want me to go to default. Oh, standard stuff. Go up, kill the yeah. Go up, get the claw, kill the goons. Hire goons. None about the ogres who wander remote mountain regions of Cyrodiil. Rumors they worship a god named Moloch. Actually, be related to the god, orcish god Moloch. No, it's Malakath. It's Malakath. There's an entire quest where he's like, ogres belong to me. I am the boss. Whoa. Every time I look at that too, it either looks like a big bird or a chicken, like a chicken egg. Look, I haven't put all the. Oh shit, we can be actually. But... I never helped them out with the love cry. Look at my kitty cat person. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. They promoted me because they value me, not because they're desperate. Because they're desperate. That's how they word that. Well, that fucking sucks. But you know what? Make that fucking work for you. Use your position of slightly better authority to make changes you want to see with the limited resources you have. If not, if the whole thing's about to fold, you now have one feather in your cap for your next job. Do not let that shit define you, okay? You're doing alright. You're doing alright. You got a promotion in the job. Yeah, it fucking sucks that you weren't picked up because you are better for the job than anyone else. Unless, of course, you've literally been whittled down to, like, what, 5 people? Which, again, that sucks. It could be 2 people. You might as well be the one getting the slightly better paycheck and the slightly better, hours, right? When the time comes that you leave this place, if you do, then fuck it. All they've done is help you rather than hinder you. Oh, this looks, even now, this looks too... I need to get all my mods back. This was like a this is almost a test run, and I'm noticing the lag there. I don't know what I can do to help. I don't think I can with the graphics card I have. It's a great graphics card. But no, dude, don't think about that too much. If you do, that's gonna fuck you over, and then you won't have a job at all. And you won't be employed as easily the next time, right? You won't get
Can't wait till we start the
kitty cat goes die. You'll be over. And use your new position of power for good. Not sure how you do it. Jeez. Nice. That was cool. Health. First thing off the bat. Health. Ooh. No, that's more two SSD. Stay with smithing. Let's stick with something that would be a little bit useful for the next one. Go with one-handed. Now, power. Okay, iron armor, iron boots. Breathe. But not iron helmet because you've seen this do. Of course not, because I have the fucking on. Disgusting. There we go. Look at our kitty cat. He is glorious. I love him. He has a mane. Most mane. Steel war pick. Hell yeah. And what's more, the people who are gonna see me later, like up at the top of the ruin, will know who I got this from, and it'll bring them levels of fear and rage, so they'll act stupidly and also make my life more. Students productive workers without 3 hours a night cleaning shit. That's something. Get those kids to do it. Most of them will probably already know how to clean. At this point, a good chunk of them would have worked at McDonald's or Starbucks or they'd have done work experience. Ah! I died. I know I drank a little bit of vodka. I'm drinking the shittiest of the quote-unquote normal vodkas, the Hussar vodka. It is extra shitty because it's vodka. Alright, anyway, oh, come on! This is when you autosave? Dude! I'm tempted to fucking... No, not gonna do it. Anyway, Drunken Huntsman will give me a little bit of boat work. I got the fish mod? Of course, I was reading, wasn't I? I can go right back. Okay, okay. I'll go. Wonder when the Conan quest. Unlike last time, I don't have the Conan armory given out completely. Instead, it's a quest, which I wanted more.
You're not serious.
Sure I am. We got some furs and tree branches, fake wine.
Alright, let's go and do some fishing before we go on. Make some money. Who wants to fish, you fitty guide? I know I do. Oh boy, I love fishing. Fishing is great. I like the part where we fish. Harold. Fishing. While fishing, press active to reel in your line. Then there, strong holding down will catch ripples on the surface. A. is X, by the way, because for whatever reason, it wants me to think I'm using an Xbox controller when I'm using the Far and revealed it too early. I don't know. They waited nearly 10 years to give us something that games have been giving us since possibly the late 90s. Woo! Picked up a pogfish! Fucking pog! Hell yeah! Dude, we got a pogfish. I'm looking at the fly that's been bothering me all night, and it's small enough and stupid enough to go inside the computer for warmth. And if it does that, it's never getting back out. So I want it to go inside there. Now in a few seconds you might hear a bunch of flashing, like you might see a bunch of flashes, like quiet. It's possible. I'm taking that risk. I want that fly dead. Hi, Troy Joe. A little bit of lag, but other than that, we've been having a ball. I ran on the treadmill. I ran on again. Ooh, a bass. Nice. Break out the butter. We got ourselves a butter bass. Beer battered bass. Good shit. Anywho, need coffee and chat with friend Art, kitchen stories? Yeah, you do. Sorry, man. It's that you're kind of, like, this is a big time in your life. I can't help you out other than to wish you well. I hope that any shit that isn't your fault is resolved quickly, and any opportunity you get to move on to greener pastures, you do. But I'm more focusing right now on my incredible horrible back pain. Telling you all, if you're enjoying yourself, like, share, and subscribe. Check out the Discord, and also don't forget to do the joy, the sheer practical joy of helping someone out by joining Discord, Twitter, and if you want to help out a more financial way, you have streams. Anything given will go towards myself and, more important, Lady for April. We go to Dublin. Next few weeks will be very lean for me. Very. Lady might help out. I don't know, but she's not required to. At first didn't. Just got a prayer for the trip too. I got myself a bucket. Got myself a bucket. Everything's okay in the world. Got a bucket. I got a bucket. Damn, picking up a lot of fish here. I'm gonna keep going until the fish are all gone, by the way. Ooh, tongs. No one ever sees tongs or kelpers. What are the kelpers? Oh wait, Jay Troy, I hope you had a good day at work. Last night I managed to make the old hard drive work. Got a tankard. Pointless. Great. Ooh, a bottle of wine. Fuck yeah. I could say I wish you could pick up a bottle of wine randomly. Here's a cool little thing. When Andrew Sean did a visual tour of New Orleans, he took a canoe around an estuary, and as he went underneath, ooh, oh, nice. As he went underneath a bridge, an overpass, he found a random dude scroll in marker, help yourself, and it's in like a huge bottle of wine. So empty bottle of wine. I don't know about that. But I think that's good enough time to move out. We hadn't had a fish in a while. Kitty cat, meow meow meow. Kitty cat, meow meow. Look at Kitty. Oh my god. I'ma have a make best friends ramen. Sure. I will. But just buy ramen or today. I'll probably do. Got plenty of pasta though.
Sooner you take a look.
Great. I found a bunch of things that will help me in my quest. I'm gonna sell some buckets to you. See this bucket? It's yours. I want to keep the charcoal. Wait, no, I don't have any reason to keep the empty wine bottle. No, it's gone. Cold right oil, I'll keep. Tankard, that goes too, as well as the tongs. But the troll skull, well, it's yours now. Probably thinking, but what about the fish? I get better money elsewhere. I'll get rid of the hide helmet. Might keep the dagger just in case I want to get up close first. Wow. I don't even have enough money to get myself out to. Oh. Oh, I was meant to go and rob him.
Whatever you need.
I mean, hi, Alvor. Hope you don't mind that I woke your. I don't want a fur plate. No. Why would I want a fur plate? It's creepy. Nobody sells I'm a cat. Alright. Yeah, hope you don't mind that I woke your wife up. Basically handed her my phallic object. Drink. That's sufficient. That's not what I want to do. I feel like that podling from the Dark Crystal Resistance show. With the one with the, food. Come, brave adventurers! Legends abound over the next horizon. Bird. Okay. Ah! Ooh! My power, great. And your blood splatter effect is really paying off. That's the mod I have installed for blood. It's nice and red, which I always contribute to blood. Don't know about you, but I know how iron in the oxygen works. It rusts immediately. Seriously, blood inside the body has very little color. Outside it's bright red. I learned that, of all things, the Fantastic Voyage. Now, should we try with a hunting bow? We should. You're safe, low energy. You applying anything? Yeah, good. The money's working. I was quite strapped this week, and I will be for the next few weeks after. So if you hear me complaining about... I'm not complaining. No, I'll be complaining. I'll be complaining about the state of the economic situation I find myself in my 30s. Mostly at myself for getting this far. I think that will be okay. Whoop! Fuck you! That would have hit him. See? That hit him. That hit him. And that hit him. There. Fuck you with that noise. Guess I will. Ow. Fine, I'll smash him with my smashy bit. Stab him with my steely knife, even though it can't kill the beast. Thing I fucking remember a lot. Where are you? Wait, where's the dude with the armor? He's like the most important thing about being here. He fought up. Was he even aware of the fight? Last thing I remember. Oh, he's upstairs. Running for the door. Hi. Killed all your friends.
Come here.
I like the cape. Go steal it. Wear it. Looks better on me. Hell yeah. Apparel. Banded iron shield. Same as the one I got on brown hide. Keep it. Iron, iron, and iron. Yeah, look at that shit. Kitty cat's getting stronger in the world. But wait, we can do better. There we go. Kitty cat has enough natural. Meow. Meow meow. Though my friends haven't killed you yet. I think for now we'll just give it over the Falkry code. Yeah. It is technically. I don't know who I'm gonna side with the Empire. Wait, no! No, I was gonna side with the Empire anyway, my bad. My bad. Not that I'm gonna get involved in the Civil War, most likely, but. Eh. I am a dangerous man. Yeah. Well, that would be cold, but I have fur. I'm a cat. I will not stare at this piece of rock. Because I am a cat, yeah. 2 hours passed. It was impressive, but short-lived. For soon, adventure awaits. Hello, my friend. You wish to know about it? Yeah. That's basically. I can imagine this like frantic cat looking at you, going, "I'm a cat." Meow. I'd be like, I mean, he's not lying. Just could add to the equation. Answer is, yeah. There. Hi, I'm gonna kill you now.
Is what you want?
Kitty! Kitty fight!
So much easier to throw when you're dead.
Yeah. Meow. Yeah. I am a meow god. Meow. So, one hand mastery. LOL. I believe I saw a meme at the time. Girlfriend leaves for a week. Max out 1 out at 3 LOL 100%. Oh, we were simpler people right now. Well, no, I'm actually gonna stand by it. That was a bit of a fuck up. No, I'm gonna stand by it. Back then, that we were simpler people. But one day that will be back then. Today will be back then. I stand by it. Because we're pretty fucking simple. Ah. Once I kill off the guys here, I'm gonna do another run. Afterwards, I can't run anymore because of the rules of building. Meow. Meow. Meow meow. Ah, food.
Over here.
Meow. 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 Tell me, what does meow meow mean? Oh, it's very simple. He is a cat. Perfect. So, of course, he can say meow meow. Huh. Oh, no painting on top to add to the gallery. No gallery. Yeah. That should be a meme. No gallery. Ooh. Blech. Ooh. Alright. Actually, before we get any further, let's quickly rush back. And I run back. Na 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 na. Meow 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 meow. Kitty cat man. Ooh. Ooh. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Every time I hear that song, I always want to play Vice City. Guess who's going on the treadmill again? Like, share and subscribe because his back is in pure agony, even with help of mommy alcohol. It's not so much his back; it's more my leg. We don't have that long to do it, so I will set it for 15. I'll run for 15. I will listen to part 2 of the real Baron's Eye. Dude, would you fucking load? Should have brought the book with me just in case of a moment like this.
What is it?
Skyfall. No, I can do that. Or I'm out of here again. I'll be gone for much longer. I'm going to run a little bit more, and then I'm going to... Safe side, take. Bump. I just, like, I want to, I can't. Literally. Like, if I'm rushing off constantly to do running, and I should have started this stream hours prior. But as Metal Monkey pointed out, probably wouldn't have been pulled your way. I'll have to go and sell shit at the store. No one wants that echo with the audiobook. I've always tried to figure out how to fix that, like record as if someone is there. No, there's none of the sort. Music courtesy of Miracle on 34th Street or Home Alone 2? What's going on there with the music? Anyway, here we go.
The Real Baron Zaya, Volume 2, by Anonymous. Unauthorized biography of the famous Queen Mother of Morrowind, Volume 2. Baron Zaya and Straw settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slummier section of town. Baron Zaya wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day in a barroom, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a bold young Khajiit named Theris. She offered to bed him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed, but said she'd still have to pass an initiation. And what sort of initiation? Ah, Theris said. Pay up first, sweetness. This passage has been censored by order of the temple. Straw was going to kill her, maybe Theris too. What in Tamriel had possessed her to do such a thing? She cast an apprehensive look around the room, but the other patrons had lost interest and gone back to their own business.
No.
She did not recognize any of them.
All right.
This wasn't the inn where she and Straw were staying. With luck, it'd be a while, or never, before Straw found out. Theris was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had...
Alright, I'll describe it. They're in front of everyone, right? They're in front of everyone. And she gets her skirt up and down. They go into a back room. And she gets on top of him. And they fuck. And she gets really turned on by the idea of tons of random strangers watching her fuck. And then, at the moment of climax, the dude's climax, which also makes her climax, she realizes Khajiit have barbed penises. And he goes on a whole thing about barbed penis. Just implying that it both hurt her a lot and she really liked it. There. How dare they censor that shit? Obviously, they probably censored that shit. The audiobook. I don't care. Fuck you.
The Real Baron Zaya, Volume 2, by Anonymous. Unauthorized biography of the famous Queen Mother of Morrowind, Volume 2. Baron Zaya and Straw settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slummier section of town. Baron Zaya wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day in a barroom, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a bold young Khajiit named Theris. She offered to bed him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed, but said she'd still have to pass an initiation. And what sort of initiation? Ah, Theris said. Pay up first, sweetness. This passage has been censored by order of the temple. Straw was going to kill her, and maybe Theris too. What in Tamriel had possessed her to do such a thing? She cast an apprehensive look around the room, but the other patrons had lost interest and gone back to their own business. She did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she and Straw were staying. With luck, it'd be a while, or never, before Straw found out. Theris was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had yet met. He not only told her about the skills she needed to become a member of the Thieves Guild, but also trained her in them himself, or else introduced her to people who could. Among these was a woman who knew something about magic. Katisha was a plump and matronly Nord. She was married to a smith, had 2 teenage children, and was perfectly ordinary and respectable, except that she was very fond of cats, and, by logical inference, their humanoid counterparts, the Khajiit, had a talent for certain kinds of magic, and cultivated rather odd friendships. She taught Baranzaya an invisibility spell, and schooled her in other forms of stealth and disguise. Katisha mingled magical and non-magical talents freely, using one set to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves Guild, but was fond of Theris in a motherly sort of way. Baranzaya warmed to her as she never had toward any woman, and over the next few weeks, she told Katisha all about herself. She brought Straw there too sometimes. Straw approved of Katisha, but not of Theris. Theris found Straw interesting, and suggested to Baranzaya that they arrange what he called a threesome. Absolutely not, Baranzaya said firmly, grateful that Theris had broached the subject in private for once. He wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it. Theris smiled his charming, triangular feline smile and sprawled lazily on his chair, stretching his limbs and curling his tail. You might be surprised, both of you. Pairing is so boring. Baranzaya answered him with a glare. Or maybe you wouldn't like it with that country bumpkin of yours, sweetness. Would you mind if I brought along another friend? Yes, I would. If you're bored with me, you and your friend can find someone else. She was a member of the Thieves Guild now. She had passed their initiation. She found Theris useful, but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored with him too. She talked to Katisha about her problems with men, or what she thought of as her problems with men. Katisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not sex, that she'd know the right man when she found him, that neither Straw nor Theris was the right one for her. Baranzaya cocked her head to one side quizzically. They say dark elven women are something. Prostitutes? She said, although she was dubious. You mean promiscuous. Although some do become prostitutes, I suppose, Katisha said as
childish attitude.
Elves are promiscuous when they're young, but you love
corny ones. Like
perhaps you're beginning to already, she added hopefully. She liked Baranzaya, had grown to be quite fond of her. You ought to meet some nice elven boys, though. If you go on keeping company with Khajiits and humans and what have you, you'll find yourself pregnant in next to no time. Baranzaya smiled involuntarily at the thought. I'd like that, I think. But it would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Babies are a lot of trouble, and I don't even have my own house yet. How old are you, Barry? 17? Well, you've a year or two yet before you're fertile, unless you're very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves after that, even, so you'll be alright if you stick with them. Baranzaya remembered something else. Straw wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want? No, not yet. Maybe someday.
Add the headphones on this time.
But not if I can't be queen. And
If
not
the
just
audio
any.
is a problem,
The Queen of
I'll
Morn.
try to fix it. Tell me
She
what
said
the
this
audio is,
determinedly,
though. Don't just
almost
say,
stubbornly,
"Can't hear you."
as if to drown out any doubt. Katisha
Headphones.
chose to ignore this last comment. She was
The mic.
amused at the girl's hyperactive imagination,
this.
took it as a sign of a well-functioning mind. I think Straw will be a very old man before someday comes, Barry. Elves live for a very long time. Katisha's face briefly wore the envious, wistful look humans got when contemplating the 1,000-year lifespan elves have been granted by the gods. True,
Yeah, but
few
not-
ever actually lived that
not dark
long as
elves,
disease and violence took their respective tolls, but they could, and 1 or 2 of them actually did. I like old men too, Barry said, and Katisha laughed. Baranzaya fidgeted impatiently while Theris sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, carefully replacing everything just as he'd found it. They'd broken
Her
into a
lifter
nobleman's
tails
household,
are
leaving Straw to
somewhere-
hover outside as lookout. Theris had said it was a simple job, but very hush-hush. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along.
Yeah,
he
she
said he
should
knew
have
he
met
could trust
Lifter
Barry
Tail.
and Straw, but no one else. Tell me what you're looking for,
Good old
and I'll
Lifter
find
Tail.
it, Barry whispered urgently.
Apparently,
Theris's night sight wasn't as good
every
as
region
hers,
of
and he didn't
Tamriel
want her
has
to
their
magic
own
up
version
even a
of
small
Lifter
orb
Tail.
of light.
Thanks to the
She had
Empire,
never been in such a
Lifter
luxurious
Tail
place.
became the most
Not even
prominent.
the Dark Moor castle
But
of
there
Count
is a
Sven and Lady Inga,
threatened
where
version
she'd
of
spent her
Lifter Tail?
childhood compared to it. She gazed around in wonder as they made their way through the ornately decorated,
I want to see
hugely
the orc
echoing
version.
downstairs rooms.
You, me,
But Theris didn't seem interested in anything but the desk and the small book-lined study on the upper floor. He hissed angrily. Someone's coming,
and the orc would be
said,
like, I'm okay with it.
The door opened and two dark figures stepped into the room. Theris gave her a violent shove towards them and sprang to the window. Barenziah's muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as one of the figures, the smaller one, leaped after Theris. There were two quick, silent stabs of blue light, then Theris folded over into a still heap.
Her son
Outside
is
the
a
study,
fucking
the house had come alive with hastening
No, he
footsteps
does
and voices calling out in alarm, and the clank
slavery
of armor hurriedly
in
put
Morrowind.
on.
Doesn't last very
The
long.
bigger man, a dark elf by the looks of him, half lifted, half dragged Theris to the door and thrust him into the waiting arms of another elf. A jerk of the first elf's head sent his smaller blue-robed companion after them. Then he sauntered over to Inspector Barenziah, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she tried to. Open your shirt, Barenziah, the elf said. Barenziah gawked at him and clutched it closed. You're a girl, aren't you, Barry? He said softly. You should have stopped dressing as a boy months ago, you know. You were only drawing attention to yourself, and calling yourself Barry. Is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else? It's a common elven name, Barenziah defended. The man shook his head sadly. Not among dark elves it isn't, my dear. But you wouldn't know much about dark elves, would you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter. I shall try to remedy
Ooh,
it.
more top.
Who are you? Barenziah demanded. Aye, so much for fame, the man shrugged, smiling wryly. I'm Symmachus, milady Barenziah. General Symmachus of his awesome and terrible majesty Tiber Septim the First's Imperial Army. And I must say, it's a merry chase you've led me throughout Tamriel. Or this part of it, anyway. Although I guessed, and guessed correctly, that you'd head for Morrowind eventually. You had a bit of luck. A body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Straw's. So we stopped looking for the pair of you.
Did my
That
character
was
is
careless
standing
of me.
in front of
Yet
his
I'd
door
not have thought you'd
reading
have
a
stayed
book
together
right
this
now?
long. Where is he? Is he all right? She asked in genuine trepidation. Oh, he's fine. For now. In custody, of course. He turned away. You care for him, then? He said, and then suddenly stared at her with fierce curiosity. Out of red eyes that seemed strange to her, except in her own seldom-seen reflection. He's my friend, Barenziah said. The words came out in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless to her own ears. Symmachus, a general in the Imperial Army no less, said to have the friendship and ears of Tiber Septim himself. Aye, he seemed to have several unsuitable friends, if you'll forgive my saying so, milady. Stop calling me that. She was irritated at the general's seeming sarcasm, but he
I
only
want to hear this from the voice actress.
As they talked, the bustle and flurry in the house died away, although she could still hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off. The tall elf perched himself on a corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while.
Except for the big name.
Then it occurred to her. Several unsuitable friends, had he said? This man knew
Not
all
counting
about
you,
it.
my
Seemed
good
to know
friend,
enough, anyway, which amounted to the same thing. What's going to happen to them? To me?
West Anderson.
As you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in this area, which means to say that it belongs to me. Barenziah gasped, and Symmachus looked up sharply. What? You didn't know? Why, you are rash, milady, even for 17. You must always know what it is you do, or get yourself into. But the guild wouldn't have... Barenziah was trembling. The Thieves' Guild would never have attempted a mission that crossed Imperial policy. No one dared oppose Tiber Septim.
Like grabbing an Elder Scroll, maybe?
Badly, and now she was going to pay for it. I dare say it's unlikely that Theris had guild approval for this.
I mean, he had to deal with the,
I wonder. Symmachus examined the desk carefully, pulling out drawers. He selected one, placed it on top of the desk, and removed a false bottom. There was a folded sheet of parchment inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Barenziah edged closer. Symmachus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed. He glanced it over, then folded and replaced it. You advised me a moment ago to seek after knowledge. So I did. He seemed to be in high good humor. We must be going, my dear lady. He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs, and out into the night.
I don't get an option.
No one was about. Barenziah's eyes darted towards the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him or elude him somehow. You're not thinking of attempting to escape, are you? Aye. Don't you want to hear first what my plans for you are? She thought that he sounded a bit hurt. Well, now that you mention it, yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. He looked gratified at this.
When it
It
hurts
was
too
evidently
much,
the answer he wanted,
I won't be able
thought
to
Baron
dream
Zaya,
anymore.
but it
It's
was
as
also
simple
the
as that.
truth. While she
Have
was
to lay on the
concerned for
bed
her
on the other
friends,
side of my
especially
body.
Straw, she was far
Please.
more concerned for
Can't lay on
herself.
that.
You will take your place as the rightful queen of Mournhold. Symmachus explained that this had been his and Tiber Septim's plan for her all along. That Mournhold, which had been under military rule for the dozen or so years since she had been away, was gradually to be returned to civilian government, under the Empire's guidance, of course, and as part of the imperial province of Moral. But why was I sent to Darkmoor? Baron Zaya asked, hardly believing anything she had just been told. For safekeeping, naturally. Why did you run away? Baron Zaya shrugged. I saw no reason to stay. I should have been told. You would have been by now. I had in fact sent for you to be removed to the Imperial City to spend some time as part of the Emperor's household. But of course you had, shall we say, absconded by then. As for your destiny, it should be, and should have been, quite obvious to you. Tiber Septim does not keep those he has no use for, and what else could you be that would be of use to him? I know nothing of him, nor, for that matter, of you. Then know this. Tiber Septim rewards friends and foes alike according to their deserts. Baron Zaya chewed on that for a few moments. Straw has deserved well of me, and has never done anyone any harm. He is not a member of the Thieves' Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands, and he... Symmachus waved her impatiently to silence. I know all about Straw, he said, and Theris. He stared at her intently. So, what would you? She took a deep breath. Straw wants a little farm. If I'm to be rich, then I would like for one to be given to him. Very well. He seemed astonished at this, and then pleased. Done. He shall have it. And Theris? He betrayed me, Baron Zaya said coldly. Theris should have told her what risks the job entailed. Besides, he'd pushed her right into the enemy's arms in an attempt to save himself.
Ooh,
not
her
a
dark
man
elf
to
came
reward.
out there.
Not, in fact, a man to be trusted. Yes, and, well, he should be made to suffer for it, shouldn't he? That seems reasonable. What form should said suffering take? Baron Zaya balled her hands into fists. She would have liked to beat and claw at the Khajiit herself, but considering the turn events had taken, that didn't seem very queenly. A whipping. Would 20 stripes be too many, do you think? I don't want to do him any permanent injury, you understand. Just teach him a lesson. Aye, of course. Symmachus grinned at this. Then his features suddenly set and became serious. It shall be done, your highness, my lady Queen Baron Zaya of Mournhold. Then he bowed to her, a sweeping, courtly, ridiculously wonderful
queen
bow.
of
Baron
the
Zaya's
tribunal.
heart leapt. She spent 2 days at Symmachus's apartment, during which she kept very busy. There was a dark elven woman named Drelian who saw to her needs, although she did not exactly seem a servant, since she took her meals with them. Nor did she seem to be Symmachus's wife or lover. Drelian looked amused when Baron Zaya asked her about it. She simply said she was in the general's employ and did whatever was asked of her. With Drelian's assistance, several fine gowns and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit and boots, along with other small necessities. Baron Zaya was given a room to herself. Symmachus was out a great deal. She saw him at most meal times, but he said little about himself or what he had been doing. He was cordial and polite, quite willing to converse on most subjects, and seemed interested in anything she had to say. Drelian was much the same.
Woo!
Baron Zaya found them pleasant enough, but hard to get to know, as Katisha would have put it. She felt an odd twinge of disappointment. These were the first Dark Elves with whom she'd associated closely. She had expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel at last that she belonged somewhere, with somebody, as part of something. Instead, she found herself yearning for her Nordic friends, Katisha and Straw. When Symmachus told her they were to set out for the Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to them. Katisha? He asked. Aye, but then, I suppose I owe her something. She it was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elven girl named Barry, who needed elven friends, and who sometimes dressed as a boy. She has no association with the Thieves' Guild, apparently, and no one associated with the Thieves' Guild seems to know your true identity, save Theris. That as well. I prefer that your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. Please speak of it to no one, your highness. Such a past does not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Straw and Theris, and they won't tell anyone. No. He smiled a curious little smile. No, they won't. He didn't know that Katisha knew then, but still, there was something about the way he said it. Straw came to their apartment on the morning of their departure. They were left alone in the salon, although Baronziah knew that other elves were
I want to
within
feel
earshot.
sad.
He looked drawn and
both of them.
pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaking, and tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he said nothing. Baronziah tried a smile. So we both get what we want, eh? I'm to be Queen of Mournhold, and you'll be Lord of your own farmstead. She took his hand, smiled at him warmly,
Or
genuine.
you'll be killed.
I'll write
How's
you,
that?
Straw, I
Take my back.
promise. You must
No
find a
good.
scribe so you can write me too. Straw shook his head sadly. When Baronziah persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed at it, making inarticulate noises. Then she realized what it was.
Yeah.
His tongue was gone, had been cut off. Baronziah collapsed onto a chair and wept noisily.
Well,
Why? She demanded of Simicus
Dark
when Straw
elf.
had been ushered away. Why? Simicus shrugged. He knows too much. He can be dangerous. At least he's alive, and he won't need his tongue to raise pigs or whatever. I hate you! Baronziah screamed at him, then abruptly doubled over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him between intermittent bouts of nausea. He listened stolidly
the
for some time
Morrowind
while Drellian cleaned up
Elder
after.
Scrolls.
Finally, he told her to cease, or he would gag her for her journey to the Emperor. They stopped at Katisha's house on their way out of the city.
Dark elves are
Simicus and
fucking
Drellian didn't
twisted.
dismount.
I love it.
All seemed normal, but Baronziah was frightened as she knocked on the door. Katisha answered the knock. Baronziah thanked the gods silently that at least she was all right. But she'd also obviously been weeping. In any case, she embraced Baronziah warmly.
I'm not gonna meet
Why are you
Alexa.
crying? Baronziah asked.
Of the
What's
stone,
Theris, of
right?
course. You haven't heard? Oh dear, poor Theris. He's dead. Baronziah felt icy fingers creeping round her heart. He was caught stealing from the Commandant's house. Poor fellow. But that was so foolish of him. Oh, Barry, he was drawn and quartered this very dawn by the Commandant's order. She started to sob. I went. He asked for me. It was terrible. He suffered so before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you and Straw, but no one knew where you'd both gone to. She glanced behind Baronziah. That's the Commandant, isn't it? Simicus. Then Katisha did a strange thing. She stopped crying and grinned. You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Baronziah. Katisha took a fold of her apron and wiped it across her eyes. I told him about you, you know. Yes, Baronziah said. I know. She took Katisha's hands in each of hers and looked at her earnestly. Katisha, I love you. I'm going to miss you. But please don't ever tell anyone anything else about me. Ever. Swear you won't. Especially not to Simicus. And look after Straw for me. Promise me that. Katisha promised, puzzled though willing. Barry, it wasn't somehow because of me that Theris was caught, was it? I never said anything about Theris to him. She glanced over at the general. Baronziah assured her that it wasn't, that an informant had told the Imperial Guard of Theris's plans, which was probably a lie, but she could see that Katisha plainly needed some kind of comfort. Oh, I'm glad of that. If I can be glad of anything just now. I'd hate to think, but how could I have known? She leaned over and whispered in Baronziah's ear. Simicus is very handsome, don't you think? And so charming. I wouldn't know about that, Baronziah said dryly. I haven't really thought about it. There have been other things to think about. She explained hurriedly about being Queen of Mournhold and going to live in the Imperial City for a while. He was looking for me, that's all, on orders from the Emperor. I was the object of a quest, nothing more than some sort of a goal. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said I didn't look like a boy, though, she added in the face of Katisha's incredulity. Katisha knew that Baronziah evaluated every male she met in terms of sexual desirability and availability. I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am a queen, she added.
Maybe when
And
she's
Katisha
drunk
agreed that yes,
bored.
that's true. That must have been something of a
That's
shock.
my
Although
hot
one there
take
was
on
no
me.
likelihood of her experiencing firsthand.
I
She
give her
smiled.
about
Baronziah smiled with her.
Then
They
if I
hugged
hang her in a
again,
week-
tearfully, for the last time. She never saw Katisha again, or Straw. The royal party left Riften by the great southern gate. Once through, Simicus
15
tapped her
minutes.
shoulder and pointed back at the portals. I thought you might want to say goodbye to Theris too, your highness, he said. Baronziah stared briefly but steadily at the head impaled on the spike above the gate. The birds had been at it, but the face was still recognizable. I don't think he'll hear me, although I'm quite sure he'll be pleased to know I'm fine, she said, seeming to sound light. Let's be on our way, General, shall we? Simicus was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. Aye, you heard of this from your friend Katisha, I suppose. You suppose correctly. She attended the execution, Baronziah said casually. If he didn't know already, he'd find out soon enough, she was sure of that. Did she know Theris belonged to the guild? She shrugged. Everyone knew that. It's only lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ones higher up are well known.
She turned to smile archly at him. But you must know all that, shouldn't you, General? She said sweetly. He seemed unaffected by this. So you told her who you were and whence you came, but not about the guild? The guild membership was not my secret to tell. The other was. There's a difference. Besides, Katisha is a very honest woman. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Ferris to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion.
It'd be quicker
She
if I
afforded
did
him
it.
a glacial stare. Not
You want me to
that
do
it's
it?
any concern of yours.
Chat wants me to do it.
Do you know what else she thought? She also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man. One of my own race. One of my own race with all the right qualities. One of my own race with all the right qualities, who knows to say all the right things. You, in fact. She grabbed the reins, preparing to assume a brisker pace, but not without sinking one final irresistible barb. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes? Not in the way you want them to? Or maybe I should say, not in the way you would ever want them to? His answer so took her by surprise that she quite forgot about cantering off. Yes, very odd, he replied, and his tone matched his words exactly. Then he excused himself and fell behind. She held her head high and urged her mount onward, trying to look unimpressed. Now what was it about his response that bothered her? Not what he said.
I feel like
No,
that meme of the
wasn't it.
cat.
But something
going
about
like,
the way he said it. Something about it made her think that she, Baron Zaya, was one of his wishes that had come true. Unlikely as this seemed, she gave it due deliberation. He had found her at last, after months of searching, it seemed, under pressure from the Emperor, no doubt. So his wish had come true. Yes, that must be it. But in a way, apparently, not altogether to his liking.
That it? That it? Sounds like it's it. That's it. Brilliant. Jesus Christ. I was not expecting it to be as long as it. Woo! I want to grab a straw. Ah. We please. Fine. I'll take this. At this point tonight, it's been one of the weirdest. The weirdest. Playthrough. I haven't even finished Bleak Falls Bar yet. Come on. Alright. So we'll drop off Baron Zaya here. And if I need to throughout the night, I'll get the I guess I'll try to save a little bit of weight by putting a random object up on the old object thing. Oh yeah. The old object rack. Eh, that's not what should happen. I liked how the mod changes the woodcutter's axe. It looks far more sharp. I can cut both man and beast. Kind of a big deal. There. Putting up a good old-fashioned plaque with good old-fashioned random junk. Alright, let's get on with it. Wait a minute, I can have the best of both worlds. While we're getting on about, we can learn about the life of Euro Septim. Oh, boo. Fuck you. I do this for me. This is why I'm not popular. Thank you everyone who watches me as much as they do. But I'm not a fucking
The
doofus.
Short Life of Uriel Septim by Rufus Hayne. A short biography.
This was a
Uriel
job. I'd
Septim's
put
7
way more effort into it.
Third Era, 368 to 389. Strategist and conciliator. The early decades of Emperor Uriel's life were marked by aggressive expansion and consolidation of imperial influence throughout the empire, especially in the east, in Morrowind and Blackmarsh. The empire's power was limited, imperial culture was weak, and native customs and traditions were strong and staunchly opposed to assimilation.
Some may call this junk.
During this period, Uriel greatly benefited from the arcane support and shrewd counsel of his close advisor, the imperial battle mage, Jaeger Tharn. The story of Uriel's marriage to the princess Calavoria is a less happy tale. Though she was a beautiful and charming woman, and greatly loved and admired by the people, the Empress was a deeply unpleasant, arrogant, ambitious, grasping woman. She snared Uriel Septim with her feminine wiles, but Uriel Septim thereafter soon regretted his mistake and was repelled by her.
And realized he
Heartily
liked the
detested
pussy.
one another and went out of their way to hurt one another. Their children were the victims of this unhappy marriage. With his agile mind and vaunting ambition, Uriel soon outstripped his master in the balanced skills of threat and diplomacy. Uriel's success in co-opting House Chlelu as an advanced guard of the imperial culture and economic development in Morrowind is a noteworthy example. However, Uriel also grew in pride and self-assurance. Jaeger Tharn fed Uriel's pride, and hiding behind the mask of an outpaced former master counselor, Tharn purchased the complete trust that finally led to Uriel's betrayal and imprisonment in Oblivion, and Tharn's secret usurpation of the imperial throne. Third Era, 389 to 399. Betrayed and imprisoned. Little is known of Uriel's experience while trapped in Oblivion. He says he remembers nothing but an endless sequence of waking and sleeping nightmares. He says he believed himself to be dreaming and had no notion of the passage of time. Publicly, he long claimed to have no memory of the dreams and nightmares of his imprisonment. But from time to time, during the interviews with the Emperor that formed the basis of this biography, he would relate details of nightmares he had, and would describe them as similar to the nightmares he had when he was imprisoned in Oblivion. He seemed not so much unwilling as incapable of describing the experience. But it is clear that the experience changed him. In Third Era 389, he was a young man, full of pride, energy, and ambition. During the Restoration, after his rescue and return to the throne, he was an old man, grave, patient, and cautious. He also became conservative and pessimistic, where the policies of his early life were markedly bold.
Even though he looks
and rash.
different in almost every
Uriel
game.
accounts for this change as a reaction to and revulsion for the early teachings and counsel of Jaeger Tharn. However, Uriel's exile in Oblivion also clearly drained and wasted him in body and spirit, though his mind retained the shrewd cunning and flexibility of his youth. The story of Tharn's magical impersonation of the Emperor, the unmasking of Tharn's imposture by Queen Baranzaya, and the roles played by King Edvire, Rhea Silmaine, and her champion in assembling the Staff of Chaos, defeating the renegade Imperial battle mage Jaeger Tharn, and restoring Uriel to the throne, is treated at length in Stern Gamboge's excellent 3-volume biography of Baranzaya. There is no reason to recount that narrative here. Summarized briefly, Jaegertharn's neglect and mismanagement of imperial
Which we
affairs
just
resulted in
listened
a
to.
steady decline in the empire's economic prosperity, allowed many petty lords and kings to challenge the authority of the empire, and permitted strong local rulers in the east and west to indulge in open warfare over land and sovereign rights. Third Era, 399 to 415. Restoration, the Miracle of Peace, and Vardenfell. During the Restoration, Uriel Septim turned from the aggressive campaign of military intimidation and diplomatic accommodation of his earlier years, and relied instead on clandestine manipulation of affairs
a
from
bit of
behind the
this and
scenes,
a bit of that.
primarily through the agencies of the various branches of the Blades. A complete assessment of the methods and objectives of this period
I'll
must
give
wait
you the
until
best
after the
deals
Emperor's
for
death, when the voluminous diaries archived in his country estate will be open to the public, and when the Blades no longer need to maintain secrecy to protect the identities of its agents. Two signal achievements of this period point to the efficacy of Uriel's subtle policy. The Miracle of Peace, also popularly known as the Warp in the West,
Which makes no
transformed the
sense, but
Iliac
also
Bay
makes
region
sense.
from a ruly assortment of warring petty kingdoms into the well-ordered and peaceful modern counties of Hammerfell, Sentinel, Wayrest, and Orsinium, and the colonization of Vardenfell, presided over by the skillful machinations of King Helseth of Morrowind and Lady Baranzaya, Queen Mother, which brought Morrowind more closely into the sphere of imperial influence. Third Era, 415 to 430. The Golden Peace, King Helseth's court, and the Nine in the East. Following the Miracle of Peace, best described in Peter Vetterson's Daggerfall, A Modern History, the Empire entered a period of peace and prosperity compared to the early years of Uriel's reign. With the Imperial Heartland and West solidly integrated into the Empire, Uriel was able to turn his full attention to the East, to Morrowind. Exploiting conflicts at the heart of Morrowind's monolithic tribunal religion, and the
I could have gotten there
long-established
way
great house system
sooner
of
than
government,
Nightfall.
and taking advantage of the terrible threat that the corrupted divine beings at the heart of the tribunal religion presented to the growing colonies on Vardenfell, Uriel worked through shadowy agents of the Blades and through the court of King Helseth and Mournhold to shift the center of political power in Morrowind from the great house councils to Helseth's court, and took advantage of the collapse of the Orthodox.
I like how the
Tribunal
propaganda
policy to
claims that
establish the
he's the
Nine
one who
Divines
fixed
as the dominant face
Morrowind,
in Hlaalu
and not
and Vardenfell
the
districts.
character we might meet pretty
Asfat
soon.
Anabalus's treatment of the establishment of the Nine in the East in his 4-volume A Life and Times of the Nerevarine is comprehensive. However, he fails to resolve the central mystery of this period. How much did Uriel know about the prophecies of the Nerevarine, and how did he learn of their significance? The definitive resolution of this and other mysteries must await the future release of the Emperor's private papers, or a relenting of the Blades' strict policies of secrecy concerning their agents.
That it? Okay, great. Let's get killing. Actually play the game now. Nope. Remember doing quests for her in ES3, right? it's kind of cool how you see like the plot lines overlap. If you ever played ESO, a lot of the characters that end up being like, now I know ESO is historically makes no sense, but you get to see them brought up a few times. Well, tail, well. All hail the blue whale! Oh, Ghastly. I haven't been keeping up with Ghastly. No idea what. Now my teeth hurt. Weird. Well, listen to the Beggar Thief, which is actually the second part. It's Warrior, Thief, and Prince, right? Ah, erotic. Puff, puff. Oh, I wonder if I have to fight the first thing akin to a boss in this game. Ah. Ah! Spider! Still don't know what character I'm playing, so restoration stuff, I guess. There we go.
You, over here.
No more from you. One-handed, one-handed. Beggar, warrior, and king. Yeah, that's the one. I always thought they missed out an opportunity there with Beggar, warrior, and king. I mean, hell, the mage, thief, and warrior are kind of a big deal. SKYRIM? Missed them by that much. Let's miss them. Didn't miss them. Fuck you. Wait. It's not from you? Oh, that explains everything. Hold on. There we go. Away with you, fly. Away. Hi. That's a noise I made. I like that noise. I might stick around with it. Yeah. Meow. I'm a cat. Meow, 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 meow. Feed me. It's 3 a.m. Feed me. Look at my ass. Feed me. That's a cat. That's what cats do, and I love them. Got a weapon. Got a gun. Hey, it's my God's given right to have a blade. Skyrim. Kitty cat scared. Kitty cat run. Miss. Kitty cat strong. Kitty cat blood. Meow, 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 meow. Purr. Fuck. Oh, it's like that, is it? Wise guy. Meow. 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 Yeah. Uh-oh. Woo! Missed me by that. What? Too bad you don't know. I've got blunt and sharp objects too. More flashing object, but still. Missed. Cat. Ah. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Oh boy, things. Oh boy. More. Oh boy, a pig. Oh boy, a skeleton. More. Iron bed. Okay, now I'm firing up Skyrim. Nice. I'm mining shit without the mod to give unlimited mining, so we won't be here long. This ore vein depleted. Remember my very first time I got close to like 100%ing Skyrim before tons of DLC and long before I knew about mods. I did actually tap out the vast majority of stuff in Skyrim. It was pretty impressive. I'm not gonna cut it right. Iron? Ha! What? You mean that stuff you get from stores? Sometimes, if you're lucky? Smack. Wee! Wee! Oh, I'm not cheating for this either, so I'm gonna have to start perking up my lockpicking skills. Whoa. I got stopped by a wall. Alright, that's fine. I was like, something's wrong here. Nothing is wrong. You're playing Skyrim while getting drunk. The only thing that will be wrong is if your back starts going out. Well, as long as it isn't my leg, I'll be happy. That'll happen eventually. Alright. Now here is this is one of your harder and early on hard enemies. Be like, are you ready to fight? The answer is, probably not. But I have the potion of true shot here, so okay. Fuck you! Bazinga! Haha, yeah. That. Hide braces of lockpicking. Wow. 20% easier? Heat activator. Or because of coldness of the drink. When this is over, I'm gonna get myself some garlic butter noodles. Well, they're not noodles. They're pasta. And I will I don't know. I guess stand mostly. I guess I have no choice but to watch shit from my bed. Seeing that my hip is really acting up. Hup. Hup. Oh, I woke him up. I woke the baby up. I woke the baby up. We don't wake the baby up. We kill the baby. Kill the baby. Kill the baby. The baby is dead. Yep. Shot 'em all. Blew off their head. Oh yeah. Kill the baby. Don't you know? It won't be maybe. Can't you tell? All of them going to their equivalent hell. This is Oblivion. I sometimes still say the word hell. I think was at one point was a subset of Oblivion. I don't know. They also talk about demons and Daedra as two separate things. I love Elder Scrolls lore, but my fucking Christ, it is not coherent. Consistent, and thank you ESO for question mark. It's a song as old as time. Bear Martha. Bear moth owl. Bear moth owl. Bear moth owl. Bear moth owl. Didn't even have to look at it. I am that much of a fucking lead gamer. Keep your rings of Elden and your souls of dark. I Oh, it's not. Lame. Don't have it installed. But I do know at this point that there's a bunch of iron ore everywhere. Lockpick successful. You obtained skooma and khajiit horn. My character's like, I will take this home, yes, because I'm khajiit. And khajiit horn, I don't know. I guess it's like, it's random, like, Instagram pictures of cats in really weird places. Like inside jars and boxes and stuff like that. And as for the skooma, that's a struggle. Because, well, I do not want us to think that we are all a bunch of junkies. Why? We all are a bunch of junkies. Well, that's beside the point. I love culturally appropriating the North, yes, because I am that. Everything that belongs to everyone else also belongs to me. Out of my way. Yeah. Claude Varus, though. Nice. Gold, silver, red, steel. Alright. I am the true king of Skyrim. There is a mod, I checked only tonight that there is a mod, but it's basically you can become the Heist King of Skyrim. I, it, it makes sense, I guess. I would recommend you let the Imperials win, and then if you're a man, yeah, if you're a male, let the Imperials win, then you marry the now widowed, Jarl Ulstuf, and if you are a woman, you let Ulfric Stormcloak take over. Same thing. That way, you get to have legitimacy, but so do they. And oh no, the second they make a baby with you, they've been found dead. Ah. Oh. How could they? Who could have done this? If only. Other totally legit thing. Kitty cat can swim. I've seen cats swim, and so can you. Where? What? Is fighting? Bone Wolf! No more. Someone summoned a Bone Wolf. And it didn't do a good job. Couldn't even kill an elf. Smithy. Kitty cat like this sparkly. Bone Wolf. Is that a wolf that bones you? Why does it always sex? It is literally the skeleton of a wolf. Oh, sorry. And of course it will fuck you. Though it has no dick or anything else, I will find it a way. And so they did. And then I unsubbed from them and reported YouTube. Nothing changed until they mentioned black people. The end. That is a lesson. And now let's pick the warrior stone. Could be 3 now. No, just 1. The dick. The grassholes. Oh no, no, it's not even their fault. It's my fault. The mod that's installed will allow you to choose whether or not the guardian stones will give you 3 perks or 1. It just gave me 1, and I chose that. Ugh. I'm gonna get myself blind. Still. Hi.
You picked a bad time to get lost, friend.
That dance was the last thing you ever did. Yeah. I didn't even need to kill her. Just killed her. Fuck it. Fuck it. Wolves, inbound, and I'm tired. So a full moon? Not really. Shouldn't be anywhere near bright as this. I did have a mod to change the lighting to affect nighttime. Make more sense. But I'll take it. This is the next time we stream, the mods will be more. I might even get rid of the graphics mod that is at the front of my load order. That might explain why A, it's a little prettier, and B, why it's a little slower. No guarantee there, though. We are in uncharted territory. Drake's revenge. Let's go with Stella. Glory. Hey, I heard you like golden claws. Like one you had.
Show the sooner you found it. There it is. Strange. It seems smaller than I remember. Funny thing, huh? I'm gonna put this back where it belongs. I'll never forget this. You've done a great thing for me and my sister.
Speaking of your sister. Oh, you can keep your gold. She looks like a woman. If you don't mind. Yep. Nope. No, it's okay. I just finished reading the real Baron Zaya. I'm willing to take that chance. Oh, good. I'm glad to see her.
Thank you. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
17.5 minutes later. My character leaves. A very bouncy. In particular, she wanted to have Lord. Don't know what that means. Good luck dealing with that. I never came back ever again. Ancient Nord, great sword of shield. Shield.
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
That's why I'm going straight down to Arrow. I'm gauntlets. Yeah. Want that lockpick component. Keep them. No, no, no. Definitely keep them. Nearly 1,000. Neat. Amethyst. Oh, so, Conundrum? Oh no, I'm keeping Conundrum. But a flawed Vara stone? You know it. Now, I want to go a little bit more into the whole, magic, but you want to read. I could buy every book here and activate it. One or two of these books I can get for free. Clairvoyance, I know exactly where to get it. It's not too far. Frostbite, I want. Fury? Yeah, alright, let's go magic. Yeah, let's go a little bit magic for a while. Bam, 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 and bam. I have to find the other first. Revan? Revan? What does a Dark Lord of the Sith have to do with this? "17 hours later, he still runs." Alright, let's try a wait, I have a shout already? Yeah, I do have the first word, Bob. Ooh, dragons. Oh, oh, oh yeah. Ooh. Let's start with the wet. Drip. Water drops fall on actors when running after swimming. Yes. Toggle. On. On. Oh. Soggy feet. On. Rain blind. On. If you look directly up, you'll get blinded. Rain gear. Bucket, yeah. And that's it. Cold. Breath. On. Back. Snowy. On. Back. This is a very well made mod. Blizzard bind. Flakes will blur vision. Yes. On. Strong winds. Movement speeds of all actors? Hell yeah. Cold gear. No. Wait. On. Because it's already happening. I've already seen women in like sexy outfits that have the gear. Ashes. Hell yeah! Layer of dust. Watery eyes. Yes. Ash survivor gear. Fuck yeah. Alright. Like, share, and subscribe. We're gonna kill us some guys in Ember Shard Mine. I'm a kitty cat man, 'cause I can. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, 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 meow. I'm gonna kill this fox. Wait, I know that noise. No? Yes. Kitty cat man will kill a wolf instead. Cause they have better shit to do. Now I'll kill the foxes. Come on! There we go. Flower. Meow, 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 meow. Cat of death. This is my cat, and he is of death. That is why I called him Oreo Snazziest Pazziest. For he is the snazziest cat, but he also looks a little bit like an Oreo, which you can't really see. Meow. I love him. He has a home in winter, in Whiterun, and he spends his day, I guess. I don't know how he got his money. Ah! Ow. Come on. Out of the... Kitty! Meow. Meow, damn it. You not know of my power, of my strength, of my legend. How could you? You're just but a man. I am a cat. I'm having a ball, by the way. I haven't played Skyrim in weeks, even months, let alone modded Skyrim. Forget the gallery. This is just enjoyable as a rule. This is hitting all the... The only downside is my computer is clearly struggling. That makes me feel sad.
Tattered journal. They've had me working down here for days now. It's not the time that's getting to me though, it's these tunnels. I've told them countless times now to add extra supports to the weak sections of the tunnel. If only we had more of those wooden beams that we reinforce with bronze bottoms. Honestly, if I hear the earth shift one more time above my head, I'll be so stressed I may stop drinking for good. I mean, what's a Nord without his mead?
I'm not gonna lie, anytime I get super duper 100 duper stressed, I stop drinking. That's when you know shit is wrong.
We had a guard posted outside. You did? What was that?
Not anymore, you don't.
Over here.
Haha, I missed. That is intentional. Kitty, meow. 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 I said bark. Do you not understand the king's English?
Ha! Found you.
You're normally an orc. That's a bad sign for you. I'm so early that you're just extra weak. Yeah, that's a great example of that. And I'm at mid-tier difficulty, by the way. Normally you see me play this on like super duper easy mode because I'm like, fuck it. Fuck it. No. What was up with that Jack Sparrow music playing right now? Oh, here it is. Clairvoyance. That saved me 50. Just like this hard drive. No joke, that would have saved me about 50. Not counting shipping, jeez. Oh, my nostrils are like, hey, did you drink alcohol? Have you got hay fever? Yeah. I'm just saying. I know what you're gonna say. Upgrade level. Yeah. Ooh. Time for an upgrade. Got ourselves a spring steel bow. I was gonna say Springsteen, but then I had to remember have a little line from a Springsteen song. Can't remember any. Wait, is Born in the USA Springfield? Springfield? Well, it definitely is Springfield, but is it Springsteen? Born in the USA. Kitty. Cat. Yow. Kitty. Cat. Yow. Kitty. Cat. Yow. Cat would so not be up for mine. It's too boring. They much prefer looking up blank windows for like days at a time. Hi. I almost killed you, but I didn't. Born in the NCR. Wait. Oh shit, that was silent. Alright, let's see if we get the other one silent. That is chair. You got another one here who wanders up and down random. Snacking. Oh, there's a
Over here.
dude. 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 I'm just talking about killing people with archery, dude. I should have hit him. Slave trader bandit. Oh, that's for the wenches. If you want to get into the slave trade and be evil, you can use the immersive wenches mod. You basically send a bunch of sex. Oh, that was a good shot. An actual good camera. Like my cat was like, yeah. You know, that was a good shot. That was. Here we go. Boys will wait for you to pick up the wenches and give them to that merchant at Whiterun. I bet he will love to buy our wenches since we aren't asking up to come. Comparing to the crazy amount of other bandits groups. But there went. We'll just forget about that redhead fucking wench. We can't afford that kind of trade. Don't want to deal with that sick slaver. He with the slaves. Possible right down to our locations. Ooh, banded iron. Hell yeah. It's a superior one because there's a few extra pieces of metal on it. Could be able to craft something halfway decent. I could already do basic steel. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever audio mod, like soundtrack mod I have on is pretty great. And I want any of you motherfuckers to say only now that you're not hearing any audio. Because I checked and you can't. Don't ask me what games they come from, but apparently they say up to 1,000 individual tracks from different games. And a few made unique, which great. Yeah. Yeah. born to continue the stereotype that Khajiits are all thieves. Waking a fish here? Well, that changes some things. Hell yes. No! Fool. Hints. Come on, come on. There. Dire fish? That sounds very dire and bad. A tankard. You know what I say to that? Fugu. That's right, blowfish. And now we have entered the downtime. Aw, yeah. This was a successful trip. We made much money, experience. Glass catfish. Oh, interesting. I saw earlier today we discovered 2 new species of glass frog. They're frogs. They can see right through. Iron plate boots. Fuck yeah. Useful. Expensive. Well worth the money. The money being nothing, I got this rod for free. A lantern. Alright, one more time. And if we get no fish, we move on to better pastures. Crafting new items. Hope you're all ready to relearn how to make light armor. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. We got ourselves a dire fish. Here comes a sneeze, possibly, maybe. Thanks, Ma. Thanks, Granddad. No joke. They're the ones. Ooh, an iron club. That's a. I love the I love the music. It's very similar to Nightmare and like early Ultima games. I like fishing for fish. All right, that's it. Now, there's a few basic items around here. Oh, I also use a wooden chopping block. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that was a mod. Can you believe it? You have to constantly click it again and again and again to get just 3 pieces of wood. It's kind of redundant. Iron ingot, iron ingot. Where's the Where's the barrels? Hold on, no. The barrels... one of the mods overrided one of the actual DLC. Unless it's somewhere else. Which... a little bit. Tons of areas have something called crafting supplies. Oh my god, my nose. You know what? It's time to have my first interview. That's a callback that maybe 3 people will get. Whoever watched me at all. Christ. But if yeah, is it here? Yeah, the barrels are gone here too. The barrels are gone. There shouldn't be. There should be way more barrels. Fuck you. I'm not even gonna say penis. I'm gonna say the inferior penis. Peen. Alright. Blacksmith Forge. South. After slot. No. I want a kitty cat looking weapon, but I don't want... I mean, the buckler seems like a good kitty cat one. No, the falchion. Yeah. How about we get 2 falchions going up in here? Do you see your amount of steel? I do. You understand how numbers work? I do. So you're planning to get another falchion? Yes. Do you remember what a falchion is? Apparently not. Because me, like a fucking moron, just got a double-bladed weapon. Double-handed weapon. Right. Well, I can sell it, I guess, to get some actual steel. Leather. Ooh, unenchanted. Yes. Lockpicking tools. 30% easier. Yeah. I want to give him a hood because it's so cool looking, but then I'd lose out on all those fucking dreads. He's a kitty cat. Why the hell would I ever want to do that? Yeah. What I mean? Of course, you're smart like that. You like, share, and subscribe like the next one. And even donate. We have until the 20th, I believe is when it is. Obviously, the last 3 won't be on the... Well, it could be. Could be. It has been before. Hell, I've done streams a day of traveling. Pop! Alright. Apparel. Shoulder pad. Light color. The reason I added that is because they are good at, well, being good. Alright, fuck it. Let's level up!
Light Armor Forging by Revis Sarvani, a book detailing various aspects of forging the various types of light armor. There are 2 classes of light armor, metallic and non-metallic. Elven and glass are metallic light armor. You may be surprised to think that glass can be thought of as metallic, but appearances are deceiving. What we call glass is nothing like the window panes you see in houses. The greenish material is far
They have
stronger and has a much
updated
higher
it.
melting
That's
point.
cool.
Non-metallic armors are hide,
When you're
studded,
near a
leather,
wall,
and scaled.
it gets
For
close.
these armors, the
When you're
forger is
far
as much
away,
tailor as blacksmith. All use large pieces of leather stitched together with leather strips. Studded armor also needs iron
it
ingots,
was not always
which
like
will make
that.
the studs and metal rings that make it more effective than simple hide. Scaled armor uses steel instead of iron, but the steel is infused with corundum to make the metal inserts stronger. For centuries, the secret of making elven armor was a closely guarded secret on Somerset Isle. Then, the betrayal of Ulval Laren brought it to the rest of town. Ulval was a dark elf slave, working the bells for Nulion, master smith of the Isle from the 5th through the 7th century of the Second Era. When Ulval escaped, he could think of no greater punishment to mete out to his cruel master than to reveal all his secrets to the world. Thus we came to know that moonstone is the key ingredient in elven armor,
and that salt water must be used to quench the hot metal. For gilded elven armor, you must also meld in quicksilver. It melts at a much lower heat than moonstone, making it tricky to work the two metals together. The trickiest of all is glass. Hammer blows struck against the grain run the risk of shattering the armor. Its principal ingredient is malachite, although it also requires moonstone to give it the right strength.
Neat. Whee! Alright, I'll sell this, Oh!
I've been looking for you.
Really?
Got something I'm supposed to deliver.
No way!
Only.
Only me?
Let's see here. I have a letter here for you.
Thank you.
Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Clean your face up
Riches
before you go.
beyond imagining. I found these words inscribed
City
in
of
ancient
Stone
Norman
says
ruins in the
what?
beach. I believe they mark the entrance to a forgotten city. My brother went in a few days ago and hasn't returned. I need someone I can count on to go in after him and bring him back alive. I've heard great things about you, which is why I'm asking for your help. I'll be waiting for you in the ruins. Please hurry. And remember, riches beyond imagining. Cassia.
Yeah, I'd rather play the actual game that was made. It's called City of Stone. If you ever want to play the actual game based off the mod that has just unlocked, it got made, like published, made. It's called City of Stone. Super Bunny Hop, a very cool video, and it's pretty fucking cool. It apparently fixes a lot of the issues that come from the mod that has to do with dealing with the Skyrim engine and such. But it feels more like the Outer Worlds, or even the Outer Wilds, but with more conversation. And it's now set Rome. Oh, there we go. That's the difference. That's the difference of me running. I got up and I wasn't in pure agony. Yeah. And it is mildly noticeable at best. Huh. Bop. Bop, 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 bop. Yeah, I hear the game is kind of like a little. It's kind of like Alien Hominid. If for people who know, they're like, "Oh, well done," you know. You made it. You made it, fam.
Whatever you need. You looking for a new blade? Looking to protect yourself? Or deal some
Well,
damage?
I'm looking more to stealth. Is my weapon is that ready to oh, iron plated boots compared to crappy iron. Oh yeah, yeah, that's fine. Weapon. I'll probably walk out of here with a. Oh yeah, I've already got the falchion. Stronger. I don't want a great sword. I want a sword and shield. That's my character build. I want a sword and shield that I can switch to ranged, including magic. So, wait a minute. Wasn't I meant to use a bunch of magic in the fucking ruins? Ah! Feel bad. Falchion. Now there won't be any more ruins. That's the entire game. Steel war pick. Yeah, fuck, I need as much money as possible. I'll keep the Springsteen bow. I will keep the Bruce Springsteen bow, and I will get rid of the Springsteen bow. I will get. I'm not planning to enchant yet, so I'll get rid of the sword skill, and I will also get rid of the this, this, and keep this. Now I want your silver ingot, all of them. Well, you've only got one, so I'll take that. I also want silver ones too, which I also bought. Your leather ones, I don't have it. But your iron ingot. This. Now we're getting the nitty. Okay.
That was just lying around? Good fun.
No, it wasn't. What's wrong with you? Get away from me, freak. No. Let's steal. First things first, I will equip a... I will equip my iron plate boot. Take bear pelt? Yes, please. Just lying there? Okay, now that is something he could have said, and I've been like, I know, right? That's only 200 coins. Brawlers, steel gun. Not as good as one. Poke blade, terrible. Steel club. Oh, it's steel cutlass. Arg, matey. Shit, I know where to get better ones. But steel notching needs just one more crumb. I know where to get a suit of this for free, so that's pointless. Steel. Oh, a thresher. I'm tempted to build this just to have it as my backup if I need to have it. Yeah, right. Got a firewood now, but fuck it. Imperial stuff. No. Okay. Auxiliary armor. Barbarian armor. Barbarian. Boots, gauntlets. Oh, that's brigantine plate armor. It's heavy armor. I'll pass. Fur collar. I'm gonna get both because I don't know what it's bringing to the table. Heavy painted shield, light buckler, imperial bow.
Whatever you need.
Ooh, Nord shit. Is that heavy armor? Cause fuck it, yeah, I'll get the Nord mail harbor. Yeah. Do this. Apparel. Let's start with this. Okay. It's not that it's conflicting mods, it's that conflicting style. So let's add the fur collar. No. The fur collar, a bit better, but no. Okay, so these two can go. Where's the fur hood? Great! If I was going for any other character but a Khajiit, who needs to let this shit shine like a fucking winner of RuPaul, alright? This is not up for debate. You know what he needs? He needs a better cloak. That's what he needs. And for that, he needs leather. Let's get this sweet little boy leather.
You looking for blades,
That's the first time I've
helmets,
ever said
pretty
that.
much anything
Oh,
to suit your
damn!
needs.
Oh, that takes you back to my youth. Or rather, should I say, let's get this little sweet boy. And it was directed towards me. I was so young. He needs leather and a riding crop. But I am young and innocent. He won't be for much longer. And I
Good day.
wasn't. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how I survived the roaring 1980s.
The finest
Oh yeah, I'm a
weapons
lot
and
older
armor.
than you think I am. Decades? I don't know. Some of you are smart. Well, different. Now, let's have a look at no more iron. Well, fuck
All
you.
right,
I guess no more iron. I guess instead I need to go and
It means so
Thank
much
you.
to us to have the
Trinkets,
claw back
odds
where
and
it belongs.
ends, that sort of thing.
cool. Could you tell me something rather important? Do you sell, you know? Yeah, we did. You bought it all. Wait, four? Go to an actual city. So with 9 coins, what's going to do very well? True. Here's a scroll though that will change your mind in a hurry. Wine. Format. I rabbit. Potat. Potat. A pig. Bark. Brad. Brad Jones. Al. Well, I guess I'll use that remaining money to go to the Majesty that is. Wait, I think maybe they've restocked the fish pond? Because that would be. It's full of rivers. Yeah, fish pond. Oh, I guess. That was a fish! Behold, fishy fish! God damn, they used to have like Stardew Valley and The Sims Castaway has little stories around each fish you caught. River Betty. Listen, Betty's on a river, a barge, mountaintop. I will convince Barney to look the other way, and I will cook up. With her consent. I do not, I do not ravage women without them wanting them to be ravaged. If you know what I mean. You have sex with them. Yes, that is basically what I said. But I say it with a weird accent, so henceforth it's such a charm. Right? Gentlemen, that's how I got laid in the States as many times as I have. Hello. Oh my god, I love him and I want his babies. And I'm like, how about sex? I'll accept that compromise. I wonder how many women I've actually been with who are like, I can change him. And I was like, I have a flight like in 5 hours. No, no, you can't. Okay, but maybe I could if you stayed. Sure, let me introduce you to your government. Ooh, oh, it's empty. Fuck that noise. Setting me up for a downfall. What could I say? Ooh! Oh my! Whoa! Whoa! Okay, I guess I lucked out. I wonder what percentage it is. A ring of Finaster. The ring of Finaster. Resistance to magic, shock, and poison improved by 30%. Okay, I don't think. I'm not chancing anything else. That is what I'm grabbing, and I am running. I lost my ring. It's very important to me. Run, run far, run fast, and I did. I'll give you the financial equivalent. Can you spare me the 3 minutes of enchanting? No. Smashy, smashy. Isildur, son of the king, took up his father's sword. I was wondering if it show up. Now you're not going to show up anymore, except as a statistic. This is the start of the clockwork mod. I don't care because it's free. It's free shit, and I spend shit so much that yeah. I am ready to start my opinion. Yeah, it will be glorious. Yeah, it will be beautiful. Yeah. And above all else, I, with a low red, mine for all. And so, with a very inferior field of view, did Oreo Nazipazius start out on his glorious adventure. What wonders will we find? What beauties will he seduce? What Dudicles, Pudicles, Uncles will seduce him in turn? Find out next time. Same low energy time. Same low energy channel. Meow. Bop. There it is. Bop. I am acceptable of this technical issue that I've got going on here because all that. But I will say this: it is going to be a complicated issue. There we go. I knew a tech issue was going to come up at some point, but it's been resolved. Yeah, 4.5 hours with my bad back. That's not going to happen until whatever the fuck is going on with my leg, my spine, my nerve endings, whatever the fuck is going on. The 12-hour Skyrim streams, and not to mention anything further than 2 hours. Nah, it's gonna happen. Hell, I could imagine on Monday, girl does rant wanting more, and I'm like, girl, please, I want to make fun of ridiculous Witcher from Poland in the early 90s as much as you do, but I'm in agony. And she's like, oh, and then she kind of pats my head and goes, but I want it, and then grabbed my head, and then realized I don't have any hair. So, haha, you looked out there, woman. Typical woman, not thinking ahead. I'm actually really enjoying this drunk I'm in right now, and yet I have to actually. I would love to game more just on my own, but if I'm gonna do that, I can't do it while streaming. I can't do it while talking to you guys because the games I want to play are probably going to be a strategy game or possibly more Skyrim or just modding Skyrim. It doesn't matter. The point is, pretty soon I have to get off this chair. So I have to ration what little time I have left while being comfortable. You guys are amazing. I am so sorry for the state that you find the channel in as of 2022. It has been quite meh. On the plus side, all the videos from Paddy's Day have been transferred now over to the computer. So, assuming I'm not so really super duper fantastic hungover, I guess I will begin the slow long process tomorrow of editing up at least some of it. Also, don't forget this Friday, we will be joined by Hannibal and indeed even Monty, known in their saying ho mode as the shit show. Um, Beyond that, over the weekend, I promised you an episode a day. I will do my best. I can't promise that, considering the state of my leg and my nerve ending on the side here. It's literally on my ass. There's no. It starts at my ass and then it works down to my knee, my upper knee. I think it's a sciatica. I got myself some good old fashioned sciatica shit going on, but I might be wrong. If it's sciatica, that would explain why this is helping. If not, we will find out. Anyway, I will talk to you guys tomorrow. I am drunk, but I am happy. I am happy that the computer did not catch fire or freeze, and I am happy. I hope you guys were happy too. I had fun. So with that said, I'm gonna end the stream now, and I hope you all take all manner of care. I'll see you guys. I'll almost certainly see you guys Friday then. Don't get old. It's no good. Gusta, that's your teeth talking. That's my leg talking. That's probably 90% of our audience talking. With that 10% left, listen to your elders, motherfuckers. We know what the hell we're talking about. Don't get old. It's no good. And on that rather morbid